Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the second stop of the Alabama Bass Trail North Division here at beautiful Lake Guntersville, the crowning jewel in bass fishing in Alabama. 69,000 acres are what these guys are going to be exploring today. And you've got a beautiful drone shot. Ben's got up right there. 225 boats will take the water today, waiting for that $10,000 first place, and then punching their ticket to go to the Alabama Bass Trail Championship later on in October on Weiss Lake. Looking forward to seeing all the action here on Alabama Bass Trail Facebook page, on alabamabasstrail.org, and on our YouTube channel at Alabama Bass Trail TV. Robbie Floyd is out on the water. He is making his way to the blast-off area, making his way through all of those boats out there that you just got to see, courtesy of the Alabama Bass Trail Live drone. So, guys, we are looking forward to seeing all of the action. But to get started, we got to hear from Robbie Floyd and watch these guys go out. So, Robbie, I know you're out on the blast-off boat. Tell us, how's it feeling out there, big guy?
I cannot believe Kay Donaldson's in that heated unit at about 68, 69 degrees. But here, it is a cold morning, a cold kickoff to this Lake Guntersville event. It's the second stop of the ABT North Division. The best of the best are here. What can you say? 225 boats about to take off. One of them will be crowned champion. We've already had one winner this year, John Kellett and Zeke Gossett. They won $10,000. They moved their way to the championship, as Kay mentioned. But also those points, max points. They're trying to qualify everybody else's for that championship. We will have a winner this afternoon, almost $50,000 being paid out. Make sure you join us here at Lake Guntersville State Park this afternoon. First flight checks in at 3 o'clock. So I'm letting you at home know this. I'm letting all of our fans know, all of our people out there on the water know as well, because we are about to have a mass exodus. But we'd like to thank all of our sponsors for help making this event possible. Everybody that's been with us since day one, and new sponsors as well. We try and give back. We try and use the things that they put out there. And again, thank you to all of our sponsors. And we want to kick this off like we do all of our Alabama Bass Trail events. If you would, please rise, take off your hats, and pay tribute to our soldiers here in the U.S. and around the world with a playing of our national anthem.
Can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars
Time to get ready, guys. Start making your way this way. You're in that first flight. Again, we'll do a brief stop at every 25 anglers per flight. First flight checks in at 3 o'clock. I want to remind everybody watching at home, you can watch it on Bally Sports Southeast May 28th, as well as a re-air on June 4th. Again, May 28th and June 4th. Everybody chasing Anglers of the Year leaders right now, John Kellett and Zeke Gossett. Good luck, be safe, and we'll see everybody starting at 3 o'clock. Again, remind you, say your boat number. Don't just wave your hand whenever I call your name. Boat number 1, it's time for you. Get ready to head out into that cold, windy day, Lake Guntersville. Jeff Higginbotham, Eddie Higginbotham, you are free to release. Speaking of, what are going to be the fishing tactics? You can come this afternoon and we'll try and talk to them about it. It's about that spawning time of year, but this cold weather going to be messing with them a little bit. Greg Rollins, Troy Rollins, boat number 2, you are free to go. Again, keep them moving and say your boat number. Boat number 3, Brian Johnson, Brandon Gross, you are free to go. Boat number 4, Big A, Eric Morris, Randy Tolbert, free to release. John Brown, Trey Sorrells. Boat number 6, Chris Britton, Eric Springer, winners of the Alabama Bass Trail. Delano Green Jr. had some success. I may see you in that place I was eating that grass at a couple of years ago, Delano. We'll see. Craig Childers, Nikki Taylor, you are good to go. Boat number 9, Wes Marshall, Tanner Godsey, free to release. Boat number 10, Jason Holloway, Jeremy Barnett on this cold morning, taking off boat number 10. Yeah, temperatures right around freezing right now. Should get in the high 40s, low 50s this afternoon. Michael Briggs, Cody Kodra, and boat number 11. Boat 12, Briar Chambers, Tyler Pendergrass. Lucky number 13, Adam Gilliland and Leslie Jones. Boat number 14, Jonathan Weathers, Tim Partridge. Just my fingers are already freezing. Not a good sign, not a good sign. Boat 15, Brandon Blackwood, Clint Blackwood, you're good to go. It's not Eddie and the family, Jules. Eddie's got the alternate in boat 16, Rusty Strickland, fishing today, no shade. Boat 17, Jason Wizenot, Wayne Wizenot, the traveling Wizenauts in the 17. The 18 boat, the Guntersville winner from 2022, Jerry Hartline, Robin Vaughn. Good luck to team number 18. Chase Rampy, Jared Floyd, cousin Jared, boat 19. Boat number 20, Bob Croxton, Mark Compton. Boat 21, Nathaniel Bates, Nick Weldon. Boat 22, the double deuce of Adam Cochran, Rockford Robinson. Joel Mayfield, Tally Mayfield, boat number 23. Good luck. Lake Guthrie and Chuck Hinton in the 24 boat. Boat number 25, first flight would be complete. Brett Harrell and Tyler Smart. Wait for boat 25, identified. There you go. Again, I know you have a helmet on. If you say the names, I'll do my best to hear you. You do your best to say it. Wait for 25 to clear. John looking good. Looking for a finger, hope it's a thumb. Yep, that's the case. 26, Drew Hicks, Wesley Webster. You're good to go. 27, Don Hill, Jeff Langston. Again, if you can, say your numbers just so I know which boat's which. Boat 27, Don Hill, Jeff Langston. Boat 28, Herbert Dodd, Mike Duke. 29, Scott Keeling and Hadley Cole. You are good to go. Lee, the Armpits in boat number 30 with Steve Eagle. Phil Dukes, Bailey Dukes, the Dukes of Guntersville. Championship winners. The 32 boat, Keith Hester, Scotty Butler, you are good to go. 33, Steve Smith, Ryan Smith. 34, Tony Keith and Brian Gregory. The Woolies, Michael Woolley, Joe Woolley in the 35 boat. 36, Jeff and David Seabolt. Delton and Dexton Gregory in the 37, followed by the 38 machine of Chris Blackwood, Larry Melvin. Again, say your boat numbers, help me out. You say your boat number, I'll be able to hear you. John Bryan, Mason Bryan. Saw them having dinner last night. Nice place down there at the, I want to call it a wharf, but I don't know if that'd be the case down at the nice little landing area. Harold Wells, the third. They're down there in boat 40. Yeah, City Harbor, man, it's a nice little development here at Guntersville. It's really nice. Kay and I had dinner there last night. A lot of the teams are there. Boat number 41, Tom Taylor and Russ Reynolds. Boat 42, PG Seaboard and Jonathan Seaboard. Yeah, City Harbor has got a little brewery down there, restaurants, a little homewares place. You're set up. Johnny Beck, Tony Harvey in the 44. The 45 boat, Bill Mayo and Walt Roberts. Good luck, gentlemen. Riley Johnson, Ryan Haney in boat number 46. I can already tell I'm going to have to go back and get my woolly pullover. It is going to be cold out there today. Chad Wilson, Hunter Wilson in the 47 boat. 48, Clint Hutcherson, Drew Naylor. just feel my fingers. I think I'd be all right. 49, Packy Lawrence, Jeremy Holden, and they're followed by the final boat of this flight, Shane Horton and Brandon Horton. Looking for boat number 50. Wave really furiously. Boat number 50. Furiously. I want to let 50 clear before I bring on 51. Where's 50 at? There you go. Let's do it. Boat number 51, Colby Harrison, David Self. You are free to go. Just behind you. Don't worry about the Weiss Lake winners from 2022. That's Mitch Mitchell, Cantor McCullum right behind you. Wendell Ed Gill, Daniel Ed Gill in the 53 boat. 54 is Keith Van and Jeremy Jones. Behind JJ, we got Sean Hornbuckle and Barry Morris in the 55, 56. Mike Dutton and Lee Humphreys. You're free to go. We have 3 camera boats out of the water today. Kenneth, myself, and Jason Durant. Frankie Daniel and Brandon Daniel. Maybe we'll find you in boat 57 out there. You're free to go. Will Lynn and Donna Land in the 58. Lee Hayes and Ricky Haley in boat number 59. Good to go. Y'all are doing a great job. Chitty chitty bang banging down in front of the boat here. Don't want to blast us and blast off.
Alabama State Parks. There's more to come. Stay with us. '79, Shannon Thomas, Shane Kent. We are back up and live. Hear that? Boat number 80, Sydney Pointer. Not to be confused with Sydney Poitier. Michael Pointer, he's in there with him at 80. 81, Sean Heem, Brian Martin. Holy smokes, my hands are cold. 82, Betty Stahl, Linda Sands. Good luck, ladies. Not that you need luck, but a little fortune here or there won't hurt. Dave Long, Kevin Follett. The 84 boat, Jonathan Vincent, Chris Thomas, you're good to go. 85, Landon Rich and Josh Leninger. Sure, Mother Tucker's watching. Dylan Tucker, Greg Tucker, the 86 boat. Justin Lane, Luke Mason, you're free to release. The 88 just behind you. Clint Johnson, Scott Loggins, no relation to Kenny. Terry McCord, Timothy Byers in the 89 boat. Woo, we're not even halfway through. Let's go on the 90. Dwayne Swindle and Ethan Swindle. Tim Griffith, David Ayers in the 91. 92 boat be Mark Scott, Jonah Hale. Cody Parkus and John Gavin in the 93 boat. Cody subbing in for David Haraway. Lee Brown, L.J. Brown in the 94, 95, Will Sheliak and Chris Carden. Boat 96, Sean Camp and Craig Say. 97 boat be Brent Webster and Randy Goad. Looking for Bradley Jones, Brooks Goza, the 98 boat. Get ready. You know, I need some hand waving. The 99, Matt Langley, Danny Davenport. You are free to release in the final boat of this flight. I want you waving furiously. Bobby Sharber, Jaron Geiske. There we go. There's my perfect furious wavers. It is Geiske, right? Wasn't it Geiske? Yeah, I went Geiske first, but it's Geiske. God, if he was from Canada, he'd be Jaron the Canadian Geiske. All right, let's go 101. Nolan Spencer, Jonathan Reese, you're good to go. 102, Wayne Boyd and Billy Brindle. 103 boat is Justin Buckles and Chad Jones. Mark Cook and Mason Smith in the 104. 105, Roger Riddle, Norman Liggett. I always feel like I screw that one up, and I probably do most of the time. 106, William Darby, John Greenwood. 107, Justin Bussey and Ben Webb. What about Marty Colley and Jeff Cannon in the 109, and the Smith leg winners, Alabama Bass Trail Angler of the Year points leaders. Boat number 109, John Kellett, Zeke Gossett. Good luck, guys. Can they go back to back? Be a tall ass, but they're fishing with house money. Gary Phelps, Jerry Bell in the 110 boat. 111, Sean Lolly, Davey Lolly. That's right, Lolly. We like to party. We don't cause trouble. We don't bother nobody. We're just two fishers out on the lake. Going 112, Skylar Aldridge and Rutger. Is it Aish? 113 boat, Dennis Miller, Anthony Gay. You're good to go. The 114, David Kyle and Scott Callahan. We're halfway through. Man, who would have thunk it? Halfway through this order. 115, Zach Taylor, Josh Austin. The 116 boat, Anthony Vincent and Will Phillips. 117, look out for Kane Sinclair, Hunter Gibson. They're followed by Billy Adcock, Darian Kyle, free to release. Just ahead of Chet Cleland and Adam Willingham in the 119 boat. Good luck, gentlemen. Sun is starting to peek out. Looks like it's going to be a clear day, a breezy day, but a cold day as well. No problem for the 2022 Anglers of the Year. Wesley Sams, Jordan Wiggins, multi-toe from the Alabama Bass Trail. Good luck, gentlemen. Bring on Eric Swinford, Bradley Nolan in the 121. Again, say your boat number so I can hear you, please. 122, Brad Ammer and Charles Watts. 123, Luke Kyle, Arch Cornett. Good luck, gentlemen. That beautiful purple Phoenix coming from left to right. Ashley Peebles, Anthony Wiley in the 124. 125, Matt Fincher, Jacob Kimbrough, free to release. The last boat of this fight. Where's 125? They're over there. I'm waiting for you. I'm waiting. Waiting for that 125 to clear. Fincher and Kimbrough. There you go. Solid. 126, where you at? Alan Hayes, Danny Bishop. See ya. Good luck, gentlemen. 127, Will Carter, Matt Carter, Tim Thornbury, or Tombury, and Tyler Tombury. I got confused. Chris Rocket and Trey Doust in the 129 boat. 130, Andy Cobb and Joe Givingo. Woo, my hands are cold. 131, Lance Whitaker, Jeremy Briscoe. 132, Chris Webb and Ricky Campbell, followed by the 133 of Ash Goja and Danny Pettis. Fished with us several years here on the MET. Ben Phillips, Cody Brannon in the 134. 135, Jeremy Sanders, Kelly Treese. Nathan Harbison, Charlie Harbison in the 136. 137, Lee Hurtley, Chris Myers. You're free to go. Get 225 boats. It takes a while, boys and girls, but you see just how smoothly this process is going. ABT crew doing a great job. 138, Alan Barrett, Tyler Caldwell. You're good to go. 139, Corey McMullen, Chris Duckett. 140, Jake Kendrick and Chuck Hughes. Speaking of that, there's a Bass Nation Junior tournament taking off up lake. So there's going to be at least 90 or 100 boats on that one as well. Ron Cameron, Stephen Wood in the 141. So if I pull up to a boat, it's a possibility it might be a junior and not one of our juniors. 142, Clay Rimoulet and Cliff Rimoulet. Sounds very French. Philip Harrell, Clint Gilbertson, Jamie Chapman, Elliot Galtz. But 145, you're good to go. Lakin O'Neill, John Kelly, free to release. Danny Shell, Anthony Land. They've done this once or 100 times on the Alabama Bass Trail. You're good to go, guys. Roy Morgan, Larry Freeman. Yep, that's right. Morgan Freeman, 147 boat. Craig Daniel, Jackie Flagatack. 148, you are good to go. Uh-oh, I see birds diving already this morning, it looked like. 149, Jason Ware and Shane Emerson, sorry. Those M's and R's look together. I should have known. I'm not blind, I'm blurry, that's what the doctor said. The final boat of this flight, Wade Furiously, 150. Where you at? Roman Calvert, Shannon Calvert. We good, John? We good. Give me that thumb. Thumbs up. Corey Alexander, Bobby Irvin in the 151, not the Moto America racer. David Banks, Bert Oliver, the 152. 153, a couple of Harry Paytons in that boat. Harry Payton the second, Harry Payton the original. Lance Whitaker, Lance Walker, Cole Walker. Sorry about that, Lance. I don't know where the Whitaker came from. Team Walker in the 154, Roland Leverett and George Leverett in the 155. 156, Josh Chappell, Paul Davis. Wonder how they're going to do today. 157, Kent Keys, David Campbell, you are good to go. Got some heavy hitters right behind you, Adam Bay and Chris Colley. Speaking of hitting it heavy on the pier, Lisa Johnson, Abby Andrade in the 159. Good luck, boys and girls. Casey Walker, Zach Lemon in the 160 boat. Andy Kilgore, Daniel Law in the 161. They're followed by Mike Kirkendall and Adam Stuckey in the 162 boat. 163, bring it on down. Brandon Staggs, Rodney Long. Terry Tucker, Jeremy Green in the 164. Boat number 165. You are free to release. That's Tracy Robinson. Should be at the helm of that one. Dustin Robinson, teammate. 166, Damian Willis, Tyler Cocker. Trying to win more cash on the ABT. Again, the winner wins $10,000. We've had almost $50,000 out today. Wesley McKellar, Brandon Arnett. A very minimal entry fee and a good size payout. Waylon Mullis, Jay Fansler in the 168. Holy smokes, my hands are cold. 169, Shannon Briggs, Barry Hubbard. You're good to go. Alan McCoy, Sam McCoy, the 170 boat. 171, Sam Moody, Ray Battles Jr. 172's Dylan Merritt, paired up with Lindsey Merritt. Good luck out there today. Dress warm. Jake Gibson, Mike Gibson in the 173. Cole Wade and Donnie Wade in the 174 boat in the final boat in this flight. Boat 175. Steve Jocks and Shane Tyree. Where you at? Where you at? There you go. I see you. Just in front. Go let that 175 Phoenix clear. And let's bring on the 176. Where are you at? 176, Jacob Davis. Chris Wages, free to release.
No show. No show.
What's that?
No show.
All right, 177, Bob Power. Ryan Treble will be the power out. 178 is Jamie Smith, Michael Macon. It rains. 179, Greg Tomlin. Jeremy Tomlin, you're free to go. Thank you. 180 boat. They got that net ready there. They're just shy of hooking up and getting that one on board. Brett Perry and Chris Hargrove with the 180 boat. Boat 181, James DeMoss and Eric Fuller free to release. Paul Bork and Travis Hedden. Good to go. Thank you, guys. Beautiful Black Rifle coffee boat just in front of us. I can't wait to taste my Black Rifle coffee and my Yeti here in just a second. It's going to be hot as all get out, but I'll be ready. Gary Suduth and Doug Young in the 183. 184, Gene Hall, Patrick Hall. 185, Chuck Stevens and Dale Stevens. Good luck, gentlemen. Brett Crow just behind you. Derek Ribbons, don't worry about them. They won a lot of money in that time. But first time teammates on the ABT for the year. 187, Mike Young, Mel Kennedy. The 187, 188, Evan Cooper, Mason Cooper. Barry Vest and Dustin McDaniel in the 189 boat. 190, Ethan Franklin, Hunter McCarty. Chris Swindle, Paul Ernest in the 191. 192, Ben Lakey, Jordan McGehee. And temperatures are cold this morning. It is breezy, boys and girls. Just above freezing temperature right now. Jamie Starnes, Ricky Fowler, they know what I'm talking about in the 193. 194, Colton Blake and Greg Blake. That's why I was saying these fish should be getting up into the shallows, getting ready to get in that spawning type action, but these cold weather sometimes pulls these fish back. John Burt, Darrell Lester, you're in the 195. 196, Fisher Anaya, Ryan Anaya, who's going to be the better of Anayas today. Sometimes Ryan, sometimes Fisher, but it's a team event. We all work together. 197, Billy Terrell, Justin England. The Wheeler Lake winner, Michael Hood, Randy Wiggins. Oh, I'm all choked up over here over their Wheeler win. 199, Stephen McAvoy, Josh Butts. Team to look for here. I don't know if they'll go where they were last year, but I think they're pretty good. Hanging out over there near that bridge. Shane Mears, James Mears, the final boat in this flight. Where's the 200? Where's the 200 waving right there? Come on, wait for them to clear, and we'll bring on our next one. Robert Eric, Mike Russell, the 201, you're good to go. 202, Clifton Bates, Daniel Heidegger. 203, Hunter Brewer, Fisher. Hunter pulling in for Danny. Good luck. Jonathan Skinner, Timothy Keith in the 204. The 205 boat is Jake Roberson and Houston Calvert. Subbing in for Caleb Swain this morning. Man, I'd have picked a warmer day if I was going to substitute. Walker Brown, Sloan Pennington of the 206. 207, Scott Castleberry, Aiden Castleberry. Those traveling Castleberries in the 207. 208, Charlie Craycraft, Ben Miller, you're good to go. Oh, we're getting close to our final numbers. 209, Greg Jones, Jeremiah Sparks, free to release. Thank you. 210, Jim Barnett, Scott Russell. Boy, I hope they got some hot pans back in the house. 211, Lee Bolt, Tony Blackwell, Andy Chappell, and Mason Chappell. Joey Walters and Buddy McKinnon in the 213. You're good to go. T-Ray Swindle in the 214 with Daniel Smith. Good luck, gentlemen. The 215 boat, Casey Vaughn, Peyton Ross, free to release. Randy Hobbs, Zach, Ryan Jones. I give you all three names. Got to do it. You got it on sheet. I got to give you all three. Charles Murphy, Tim Burns, you're good to go. The 217, 218, Chad Hall, Ryan Hall. We checked out the City Center last night. Brian Dowdy, Kyle Llewellyn in the 219, 220, Tim Chakabrat, the fourth. Not the third, second, or first, but the fourth. And Brian Travis in the 220, 221, Brian Shook and Thomas Shelton. The triple deuce of Gary Thacker and Carter Woodall free to go. 223, James Myers, Mark Watts. two more before I send it over to Kay here in just a minute. The 224 of Preston Henson, Adam Lynn. And the final boat, the one I have been waiting for, Roger Stiegel, John Swords, you are the final boat. We see you out there, guys. Thank you. 225 boats able to take off this morning. Had the opportunity. You fish one, you fish them all. The first flight checks in at 3 o'clock here at Lake Guntersville State Park. If you live in the area, if you're just visiting the area, come out here and join us. We'll talk to them all as they cross the stage. What will it take to win today? 225 boats are heading out, ready to find out. It's a cold start to the morning, but I promise you, it's going to take more than 20. Will it take 25? Will we see a 30-pound bag? Stick with us today, Kay. It's going to be a good one either way.
We've had some of our biggest catches ever on the Alabama Bass Trail right here at Lake Guntersville.
Thank you, Robbie, for that. It's a beautiful blast off. I know you probably couldn't pay attention because you were calling out boat numbers and everything, but what a beautiful sunrise here for the second stop of the Alabama Bass Trail North Division here at Lake Guntersville. 225 boats signed up for this event. I just received word we had 3 teams that did not make it through boat check this morning, so we have 222 boats out on the water. We have Noah Dickinson, who's going to be out taking photos for us, as well as our 3 live cameras that will be roaming throughout the day. Just want to remind everybody, this is Lake Guntersville, 69,000 acres from Guntersville Dam to Wheeler Dam, so quite a large area for these guys to get out on today. But it is March, it is Guntersville. You can expect a lot of boat traffic out there today. It is a regular stop here at Lake Guntersville. Back in March of 2018, we did have 38 teams that weighed in over 20 pounds. So this could be a record-setting day here at Lake Guntersville. I did want to mention the weather that we had for today. Leading up to today, the word that comes to mind is just crappy. I mean, it has been on a cooling trend all week, and then yesterday we had storms roll through, a tremendous amount of rain, but probably more detrimental to fishing was the amount of wind that we saw yesterday. So I expect to see a lot of mud today. Going to be hard to find those more clear areas throughout the lake. Low today was 27 degrees. I think we're about at 31 right now. High today is 52 with winds going from 2 miles an hour to 15. But out in the middle of that lake, it's going to seem more like 30 miles an hour. Before we go out to Kenneth, I want to go ahead and recognize some teams that we should be watching today. Tracy Robinson, Dustin Robinson, they're a very strong team here. Tracy has a win back in February of one of the earlier years here on the Alabama Bass Trail, as well as Philip and Bailey Dukes. We call them the Dukes of just whatever lake we're on at the time. They're our team to watch. And then Donnie Beck and Tony Harvey, the year that we had the 38 bags over 20 pounds, these guys walked away with the $10,000 check. Other teams would be Justin Lane and Luke Mason. They've been to the Alabama Bass Trail Championship as well as the Bass Team Championship. Ryan and Fisher Anaya. Fisher had a very good finish here in a BFL earlier this year. We've got a camera on those guys. We've got a tracker on those guys. We're going to try to catch up with them early this morning. As always, out on the water, your normal suspects, Robbie Floyd, Jason Duran, and Kenneth Grover. I want to thank the great people at Gulf Coast Mobile. They are our live streaming partner for 2023. We look forward to working with them throughout the year. I know you've been able to tell a difference in the production. We can tell a difference back here in the production trailer. It's been a great year so far, and we look forward to getting out on the water here at Lake Guntersville. I think Kenneth is ready for us, so if we can, we're going to get his camera ready and get out to Kenneth so we can start all the live action right now here on the Alabama Bass Trail Tournament Series presented by Phoenix Boats. Kenneth, are you on a boat now?
Okay, definitely a cold start. We actually took out a little bit early. We wanted to get up here a little bit slower than running full speed, but got the gloves, trying to keep my hands warm. Nice cold morning. We're on a team here. I've not been able to get too close to them to figure out what their boat number is, but it's the first team in this area that we started in. So, and they're kind of fishing towards us. So I'm not able to get too close to them, figure out their boat number. There's several boats in here, so we'll kind of hop around a couple different boats as we get the opportunity.
All right, we are down here at the Browns Creek Bridge And just like expected, we got a little bit of company today. So we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and a couple local guys.
All right, we're still here on the same boat. I'm in eyesight of a couple other boats, and I saw one of the other boats catch a fish. He's putting a live well right now. So this is basically a big, large area. It's got a bunch of grass flats. The boat you're looking at now, they're fishing grass flat. There's kind of a bit of a little creek channel behind my boat, usually in this area, it's a combination of eelgrass, a little bit of milfoil, and a little bit of hydrilla mixed in, depending on the water depth where you're at. These guys trying to cover a lot of water, fishing pretty fast. They've kind of moved down an area, and they've turned around and started to go back.
We don't have any boat numbers yet. Like I said, we got about 9 guys fishing this bridge right here. It is a very popular spot as well. So
About to put you in a bad spot.
these guys are trying to figure out what lane they're going to fish. They're kind of working together. So it's going to have to be a little bit of teamwork here, hopefully, to figure out who's going to cast where, I think. It's just like expected. The bridges are crowded at Guntersville. A very chilly start today. It's been a cool week all week. We have had some rain. It rained a lot yesterday. So it's water temp sitting where I am in Browns Creek is about 54 degrees currently. Pattern kind of here is just throw a swim bait, throw a crankbait. Lots of baiters hanging out underneath the bridge here. And it's kind of a travel lane for the bass to kind of come through here. Yeah, they'll fire up and catch a few, and they'll take a break and they'll fire up again. So you just got to be here at the right time. Sometimes it's a pattern where you got to stay here all day just to get the 5 good ones. Have not seen a fish catch yet. Could happen at any moment here. What's y'all's boat number? 70? 7. Boat number 7. Tell us a little bit about the game plan for today. Have you caught any here in practice? Yeah, with a good boat number, good chance to get here on a good spot. Yeah. So you heard that's boat number 7 there. They said they wanted to get in here and get on a good spot real quick. With a good boat number like that, they felt like they could get here and get on it, set up on it right. So they are in what I would consider to be one of the main spots on the bridge.
Who's up? So I'm here with boat 196. It's Ryan and Fisher Anaya. And Kay mentioned them earlier as one of the teams to watch. So we're in the area. These guys just got started. Boat 196. They have not been here very long. We were actually in this area, and I saw them come through, and were able to get over next to them. They've probably only been fishing about 5 minutes, maybe at the most. Similar pattern here. It's real shallow grass, probably a combination of some millgrass and milfoil. Looks like Ryan's throwing a chatterbait. I can't tell what Fisher's throwing yet. Quite a few boats in this area. This is a fairly popular area, but I've seen at least eight boats in this area. There is another high school tournament going on as well, but I think most of these guys are either, well, one boat's not a tournament competitor, but I think most of these boats are part of the ABT. These guys are fishing pretty shallow, and these fish have been moved up for quite a while now. We had really warm weather in January and through most of February, and a lot of these fish moved up really shallow earlier than usual. But it's gotten a little cold this week, so I'm I'm curious to see how it's going to affect these fish. If it's going to turn them off, or if it's been warm enough, these fish are kind of committed that maybe it won't be too bad. But it may be a deal where the bite gets better later on in the day. But it's Guntersville. You know, the fish don't always do what we think they're going to do. Sometimes it doesn't affect them at all. If the water temp hadn't really dropped a whole lot, then this cool weather's really going to affect the fishermen more than it will the fish.
Well, Kenneth, we are down here at Browns Creek Bridge. Pretty much what you expect it to be. Boats everywhere, swim baits, jigs. No fish catches yet, but I feel like any minute. No. We don't have any fish catches for today at this point. So maybe I wasn't paying close attention with so many boats to watch. Apparently my camera guy caught a guy catching a fish. So let's do it on the replay maybe. Well, there's a fish catch I missed. How about that? So with so many boats to watch out here, it's kind of hard to see who's catching fish. Well, guys, you got one in the box this morning. How's it feel? I mean, I was watching everybody else. I had to hear from the booth that y'all caught a fish, and my camera guy caught it, so that was a good deal. Yeah. Yeah. What's y'all's boat number? 117. 117? Plan to stay here as long as you can?
I mean, we really just wanted to come here this morning and see what was going on, but getting that bite early would make. We'll hang out for a second.
Yeah.
Now we got live scope so I can kind of see
And know what's here and what's not here.
I stepped there and watched a couple of them, follow it, not see it. So that's why we saw me pick up a jerk bait right there. That's every one of these people.
That's what everybody's doing. That's right. So you heard Cade and Sinclair there say they got one in the box. Plan here was just to come here and start here and see what's going on. He did say, you know, with the advantage of live scope nowadays, you can see what's going on really and see who's chasing bait and what's not chasing bait. So just kind of throw a swim bait around. Oh, got a fish catch on the right side here. Pretty good one too. Fatty. Guys, what's y'all's boat number?
83.
83. Got one in the box?
One in the box. Y'all warm this morning?
You know, doing the best we can at this point. Thankful for heated seats today. How about that? You can see that it's getting pretty crowded. Probably got the same number of guys on this side of the bridge as we do on the other side of the bridge.
Same boat. Sorry. We're still here with boat 196, Ryan and Fisher and I. Ryan just acting like he set the hook. I don't know if it was grass or if he had a bite, just didn't take it. So they've kind of come across there a little bit further off than they are now. They turned around and they're going back a little bit shallow. You get on these large grass flats, that's kind of what you have to do, move around a little bit and see if these fish move in and out. They can move around pretty easy. Sometimes it takes, covering a little bit of water to figure out exactly, where the groups of the fish are. And sometimes they move in and out. Sometimes it's timing on when they actually come in where you can catch them. So I can't get too close to him because, he has fished out closer to us. I don't want to interfere with what he's doing. I want to give him plenty of space. I'm kind of out here in there's a bit of a creek channel that runs through here. I'm kind of out in the creek channel just to make sure I stay out of their way. So I hear that Robbie's out on the water now and is on a boat. So Robbie, tell us where you are and who you're with.
Mid-lake, I guess you could say somewhat. I'm going to work my way over towards Seabold. Wanted to try and get everybody I could find. I saw a solo angler here, and I'm like, surely somebody's not fishing solo today, but that is the case for Matt Thomas. Should be typically paired with Justin Durden, but boat number 64 is only a solo today. What happened to your teammate, Justin Durden?
Yeah, I was sick last night, man.
Did you cook dinner for him or what?
I had to drop him home. Back to my got like an hour.
All right, so you got to do it all yourself. I pull up to you and said, you got anything? You do have something?
I got a large head that's probably 3, and I got a 13-inch line.
So how much your total, you think?
Like 4.
Yeah.
It's all right. But we was here yesterday, and we shook off 5 or so, and we caught one, and it was a 3.5, 4 pounder.
3.5, 4 pounder will help you. We'd love to have 5.5, but I mean, you'll. All right, now what is it about this spot in particular? More bluff wall stuff out here on the main river.
Confident with me is good this time of year. I just feel like that cold front pushed them back out a little bit more.
Right.
great place because there's lots of bait fish and lots of fish.
Okay, so you're dragging. What are you dragging?
Half ounce jig.
I know 225 fire boats plus another 90 juniors. In this one stretch, it looks like a few people had the same thought process that you'd have. Another one a couple of 100 yards, another couple of 100 yards after that. You're going to see a lot of that today, aren't you?
A lot of it yesterday. This was protected, so you wasn't getting beat up.
Right. Today's game day is going to be covered.
I think everybody found the same fish we found. They realized it was protected yesterday, so they just fished it a little bit. There was only probably 3 boats here yesterday.
Well, Kenneth, Jason, Kay, it's going to be a busy day. I know it's a big lake, big river system, but there's a lot of people going for the same type of stuff.
Robbie, looking at, I mean, we are seeing a lot of what we expected. Jason down in Spring Creek around Bridges, we had heard that Bridges would play in this event. And then we see guys that are trying to get out of the wind. Kenneth has actually been on Fisher and Ryan Anaya. Kind of know the area that they're in. We're not going to really say that on air, but we see where they are. Any idea? Can you tell what the water temperature is where you are, Robbie?
What's your water temp? Hey, what's the water temp been? Yesterday's cold. What's it now? 54 and a half. So Kay said it got cold yesterday. It is cold today. 54 and a half degrees already for our water temp. Hey, I know with having all these cameras out here, if they have somebody they're going to cover, I see another boat a few hundred yards up. I might go try and find out who that is and see if they have anything in the boat.
All right, Jason, you're on kind of a famous area of the Lake Spring Creek Bridge. We've seen a Bassmaster Classic one there. How many boats do you think you have right there right now?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 of our guys, 2 local guys, and this is the Browns Creek Bridge. So we're looking at Josh Butts currently.
I don't have an answer for that.
And they have caught one. They had a late boat number today, so they kind of had to take what they could get here. So the other guys are probably already set up on some of the spots they want to be on. So they said when we talked to them to take off this morning, they're just going to take their time and try to get in here and work their way in. They have won here on this bridge before and caught a lot of weight back in the day. So they know what they're doing. They stayed here all day that day. So here I think they're kind of going to hunker down and just see what happens.
You know, if I would have had the day, Jason, that they had a couple years ago, I believe I'd hunker down right there too. Man, but it's got to be tough. 37 degrees, wind's about 8 miles an hour right now. I mean, that's got to be pretty brutal.
Yeah, they're on the windy side
and
of the
having
bridge
that
too.
bridge,
So
I mean, it's just like a little wind funnel. Yeah.
Yeah, it's blowing in from their side of the lake too, so it's blowing into their back right now. That could help, makes the cast easier for sure because they're casting with the wind, where all the guys on this side of the bridge are casting into the wind. So it's probably going to blow the bait around a little bit. It's definitely a different day than it has been earlier in the week.
For sure. I saw a couple of birds fly through. Are you seeing a lot of activity like that? Like the bait might be there around those bridges? Okay. All right. All right, guys. Coming up next, we're going to go ahead and do a little small commercial break, let everybody get reset. Guys, there's a lot of wind going on out there. There's a lot of traffic noise where Jason is located there in Spring Creek. So we're going to go ahead and take a short commercial break. We'll be back in just a few minutes. Thanks for tuning in to the Alabama Bass Trail Live Show presented by Black Rifle Coffee. We'll be back in just a moment.
Live coverage is brought to you by Academy Sports and Outdoors, by Strike King, Lose, by Garmin, and by Alabama State Parks. There's more to come. Stay with us.
Phoenix Boats, our passion for fishing is obvious. Whether it's a pro event or fishing with our family and friends,
we truly love the sport of fishing.
That's why our goal is to make every single Phoenix boat that goes out the door the best fishing platform it can be in both design and construction.
We love to fish as much as anyone, and we believe it shows in every boat we build.
Phoenix Boats, built by anglers for anglers.
The perfect checking account doesn't exist. Not at a bank, that is. So why do you keep looking there? At AmFirst, you can get no minimum balance or monthly fees, an instant issue debit card, and free checks with unlimited check writing. But who doesn't want more? Like a rewards program you'll actually use, and convenient digital tools that make it easy to manage your account from anywhere. Now you could try and find that at a bank, or you could save yourself the trouble by checking with us.
Big companies get bigger and bigger and talk about their fancy labs where they study fish behavior. But then they all go golfing on the weekend. We don't have a large laboratory to test baits. Why, you ask? We don't need a big laboratory because our pros fish, our employees fish, our salespeople fish, our suppliers fish, our mold builders fish, our owners fish, and our kids fish. This is our laboratory. Our R&D comes from time on the water, learning how to make fish bite. We don't have other hobbies. We fish. We fish all year in all conditions across the whole country. All that time on the water brings us thousands of hours of testing new products and improving current ones for all species. We're a family-owned U.S. company that has many of our products made in America by American workers. The products we don't make in America, we make in Guatemala, which supports many families in that country as well.
Welcome back to the Alabama Bass Trail presented by Phoenix Boats. It's the second stop of the ABT North Division Big Time Lake in Lake Guntersville. I pull up to boat number 3. Again, it is early this morning, 7:45 a.m. It's cold. I see a jerkbait being thrown in back, but it's what's in the live well. This is a big story. I'd love to take a look at this fish. They only have one fish, mind you. Boat number 3, Brian Johnson and Brandon Gross, but it's the right size. You hear guys talking about, I'm trying to get a limit and I'm going to upgrade. Let's take a look at what an upgrade looks like before they get their limit. That's what we're talking about in Lake Guntersville, right there. That's why you come to the state of Alabama. That's why you come to Guntersville. Look at the gut on that thing. It looks like me at the buffet table. Holy smokes. Hey, great job, guys. Congratulations. What did it come on? Jerking it. Yeah, hey. Cold weather, just sitting there. So you're not sitting up in the front. You're not looking at them. You're just going to where they should be.
No, sir.
Okay. There's a lot of fans at home going, that's how you're supposed to fish.
Came here originally to hit a spot out front of the boat. There's a rock right out here.
Okay.
We came here to get that. We can't make a fire on that yet.
That's okay.
He just walked back here and told me like a cast through back here. It worked.
And what is, I'm sure y'all been here, practice here, look at it before. What is it here that you're just off of that bluff wall? Looks like it actually, is it a quick drop off?
It is there, but it transitioned to more of a flat behind it.
Right, that's what I'm seeing. So if you look to the left, you see that steeper drop off, but some of this smaller rock and it's more gradual. So some of those transition places that these fish may be going to. And people question about, is it about time for the spawn? Either that thing's full of eggs or it is full of shad, one or the other, but it is full.
Like it's ready to go.
Yeah. Great job. How'd y'all do at the first stop? 20th? Okay. Keeps you in the hunt all the way around. AOY, championship, team championship.
Let's just find something to go with it.
All right, well, Jason, Duran, I know you guys have been catching fish. Whether you're seeing it or not, your guys are catching fish, but not the size that my guys have caught. And also, I want to point out, I don't know if you see what I see, but on my end of the lake, it is a mass amount of kayaks. Trying to stay out of this lake. He's not just throwing at the end of this point or, island. There's a rock, a big rock that they'll like to sit up on or gather around. Was it a good practice? Okay. So, again, for those of you just joining us, boat number 3, Brian Johnson, Brandon Gross with one good-sized fish in there. They need 4 more. Had one good day of practice, the other one's not so much. You only have one competition day, so you're just hoping for more on that side. Jason Duran's out there on the water, Ken Strober as well. Jason's guys catching fish. I know I said it a minute ago, Jason, you guys are catching fish, but my guys are catching big fish.
We got them catching them, trying to catch them here. They're getting some good bites. Josh Butts and them have caught 2 so far. These guys are all trying to work out which area they want to be casting in. It's kind of a little bit of a discussion area here sometimes. Hard when we all want to fish the same spot. They're working it out, talking it through though. So as you're watching from home, we've got the Browns Creek Bridge here. Beautiful Lake Guntersville. You guys maybe not from around the area, and maybe you're watching from another part of the country and have always heard about fishing at Lake Guntersville. Well, this is what it's like fishing at Lake Guntersville sometimes in a tournament. You have to fish the bridges at Guntersville sometimes, and here today it could be very much a factor in winning the event. We've got Josh Butts in the camera right now. He has won an event right here on this particular spot. Just on the other side of this bridge, on the side that he is on, Hank Cherry won the Bassmaster Classic, fishing the causeway and the bridge. So this is a very popular spot. It seems to hold fish no matter what the pressure it gets though. Year after year, this continues to be a good spot to fish. You know, Robbie, you always talk about watching some angler win the Bassmaster Classic. Well, finally I get to be able to say I watched Hang Cherry fish right here to win the Bassmaster Classic.
And my guys are throwing a jerkbait. That's what Hank won the Classic with, a jerkbait. But my guys are out in the open. Your guys are next to, that riprap. So it's visually it looks different, but they're trying to do the same thing, get some of those suspended fish. And I think you were with Josh Bunce a moment ago, and last year he was around riprap and stuff, but he was around the Spring Creek where Howell caught all of his fish.
Yeah, he was right here last year, fishing on the other end of this bridge, so it's not a very small section here that he was just over from. He had a late boat draw today, so he kind of had to take what he gets at this point. We're going to get over to him at some point and ask him if this is really where he wants to be, but I'm trying to let these guys fish where they want to fish and stay out of their way, not interrupt them at this point. It's already hard enough to fight the other fishermen, much less a camera boat trying to get in there too.
We're still on boat 196. Ryan and Fisher and I, they've actually crossed over a little bit different area. These guys are fishing really shallow. I'm curious to see how this shallow bite works out as the day goes on. That's the bite that may get affected the most, negatively affected the most by this cooler weather we've had. That's the water that's going to cool off quicker. Some of the other boats that we've already seen on live are fishing out in more open water, deeper water. Those fish are going to be less affected by this cold front. I think so far, based on what we've seen, that's kind of the way it's played out. This shallow bite's been tough, and the guys that are out there in that open water, deep, close to the deep water, those fish are seem to be firing a little bit this morning. And that could definitely change as the day goes on. Of the 8 or 9 boats that are in this area, I've only seen one other boat catch a fish since we've been here this morning.
whenever we do get it sorted.
All right, Josh. Got 5 in the box. I guess we missed a couple fish catches at somewhere in there.
Yeah. I can't hardly see.
You don't got to see me, just talk to me.
Like that?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's been good. We're actually really surprised with the paper good spot. But we'll see how it goes. We've got plan B too. We caught some good fish in practice. Some really good fish in practice. So I think we're completely doing something different. So.
You're fishing this a little different than the last time I saw you here.
Do what?
You're fishing this a little different than the last time we saw you. You're on the other side though last time, right?
It don't matter. When they come through, they come through.
Same bait it looks like though. What kind of weight you think you got?
We modded it up a little bit.
Yeah. What kind of weight you think you got right now?
17.
17? Yeah. Got 3 to get rid of, okay. With the low boat number, did you expect to be able to get in here as easy as you did?
No.
I didn't think so either. What was y'all's weight when you won here?
28.
28.
Next year, we've done something different. And we have 34.
34. God.
Got 5.
Oh, fishing conversation going on here.
I can just pick up.
You may hear Delano Green and Delano Green Jr. talking in the background there. That was boat number 7 that we talked to earlier.
Jason, when you go to event, you talk strategy. You know, do I want to get that quick limit, a decent size limit, and then go for the big fish? What do you do when you catch a big fish at a place you're hoping to get that big fish limit? You know, I mean, that's what my guys are working with right now. Brian Johnson and Brandon Gross already have one big in the boat, but had one miss. And the thing is, it paid off in practice. They saw some fish in here. They saw good fish in here. And it looks like we got one on now with a jerk bait throwing from the back of the boat. Let's see if it's going to be a good one. Is it going to be of the good size? Not one to worry about with a net. It's going to be a swing-in fish. But when you're around a bunch of good size and big fish, foul hooked that one, but either way, it caught it nonetheless. And the thing is, so the front of the boat, there's a rock or a rock pile, a big boulder that's out there sitting in 20-something foot of water, and the fish will want to congregate around that. That's what they came here to target. When they caught their big fish earlier this morning, they didn't catch it at the rock. They caught it off of that bank a little bit more, where the transition from the steep drop to the more shallower water. So they're in that area. You don't want to lose. Well, they're starting to see the fish work their way towards that big rock, but they can't get them to bite it. And if you're seeing these fish and you can tell size-wise they're the right kind of fish, how do I get them to bite it? They've thrown a jerkbait. They've thrown a jig. That's what they're working back and forth now. They said they've already went through the bladed jig. They went through a swim bait. They're going to keep trying to find something that might stir them up, and they get them activated, just much like that jerkbait bite did at the back. So again, Plan A is on the front of the boat. That's that big rock formation. Plan B is the back of the boat, the jerkbait right now. And the jerkbait actually caught the big one.
You know, we talk about how popular Browns Creek Bridge is. We even have guys that'll park their car and walk down from the bank and fish. So, I mean, it's a very popular place to fish, even from the bank. Josh has got to go in and get a bait, it looks like. The wind isn't that bad right here. He caught a bait and got his bait back. How about that? They broke off just a minute ago. He caught his own bait. I mean, I guess you could call that lucky. Living right, that's what he said. It's boat 199, Stephen McAvoy and Josh Butts. Yeah, I mean, that right there is already making money in the tournament, right?
What?
You already made money in the tournament now. I mean, you got a bait back.
Oh, yeah.
That's saving money.
Saving it, baby. I mean, I hooked that thing perfect. I know my knot's good because it didn't break off. It's not. That's good. Oh, that's something. That's a good Lord telling me I need to throw that.
Keep throwing them.
I won't throw it. Tell me, I got to do it.
A little bit of bait fuel on there.
Choke juice. Dudes, you need to go get a mop. You want a barbecue mop?
Yeah.
You leave it in the boat instead of doing this. It's so good. Ooh, ooh, ooh.
Well, I think we're going to slide on over to Robbie for a minute and let's see what's going on, Robbie, on your end of the lake.
Yeah, this is the Alabama Bass Trail presented by Phoenix Boats. It's our Black Rifle Coffee morning show. Paul Bork, Travis Head, welcome to the show.
How are you guys doing?
I'm doing so good, and I promise you, I have not had my Black Rifle of the morning in my Yeti. It's hot, it's ready to go, and there's no better time than right now.
It is cold. Yeah, we just got out here. Can we say where we're at? Should we?
Yeah, you can say it.
All right. We're at the mouth of Seabold Creek here, and there's this big bar. And the kind of tip, the classic sides up front, up above the upstream, and the bottom, kind of the downstream sides below me. But in practice, we found all these fish up high, kind of in no man's land. Don't know why they're there. They live where they live, but I think it's pressure kind of squeezing them up here. This morning was pretty dead. I'm starting to see some fish on live kind of moving up in there, so we're hoping to come in.
But this is Main River, hey, and there's a bar running through here.
Yeah, and in practice, you know, the further I got back, the worse it got for me. So I just don't want to outrun them. Everybody says they're coming. It's 53-degree water. They're not coming. They're pre-spawn.
But success for Paul and Travis, boat number 182. You do have a fish already in the boat.
We do, yeah. And in practice here, we caught some really, really big ones, 6s and 7s and even bigger. It was about 3:30, so I don't know what they do in the morning. We were running around looking. We stopped here to look and found them. I'm not sure how they set up in the morning, but I'm not willing to leave it quite yet.
I wouldn't leave if I were catching 6s and 7s, but then I questioned why in the heck was I catching 6s and 7s in practice?
Well, I caught 2 actually, and then
you got wise.
Got hooked over, got a few more bites, and I haven't been back. So.
Yeah, after that second one, you know, shame on you on 1, shame on me on 2.
Top secret swim bait, 5-inch white swim bait. So.
All right, that's good. A little spinner on it as well.
Yep. Yeah, I like the spinner. For me, it was just slows it down and gives it some drag. You know, I don't have to keep it moving as fast. I kind of like the keel and the underspin. And bottom contact was key. Like, if I wasn't in the shell, I was not getting.
But a good-sized body, not the little bait that we see so often nowadays. Big bait, big fish.
That's right. We'll see. So
all right.
Hopefully they come and start chewing it.
Go at it. We'll stick with you here for just a little bit. But it's not just one spot. Are you graphing them? Are you seeing them beforehand? Or?
Yeah, the shell runs all the way down. But it's just like anything. Like, you know, sometimes they're on the side, they're on top. I've seen a couple fish, but they were spread out when I first got here. What I'm seeing now is there's a fish there, and I'm seeing fish starting to move in. So I feel like, you know, they've kind of settled down. The sun's getting up. I hope they move up here. Maybe we just come back with one fish, but hey, we'll see what happens. Now we got to catch a big one, right?
All right.
Need a rod. Are you allowed to fish?
I'm not allowed to fish, but you know one thing I am allowed to do. Laura Ann, turn it to me, baby. It is time for my Black Rifle coffee. First sip of the morning. It's my first taste. I have not had one. Oh, that's so good. And the thing is, my Yeti is keeping it so hot, and I need it on a cold day like today. But as they just pointed out, things are starting to heat up. The sun is coming out. It's going to get a little higher. Things are warmer. It was about freezing this morning. I'm still freezing right now, but it's going to be in the high 40s, low 50s here before we know it. But Black Rifle, thank you. Paul, thank you. Let's catch some, and we'll move on to our next pair here in just a bit. But again, these guys have one in the boat. The boat behind me has one in the boat. We heard boats with a limit already and 17 pounds. This is going to be a good day at Guntersville.
We are still down here at the Browns Creek Bridge. A couple guys are moving around, coming in and out. Some guys have given up on the spot. Some new guys have come in. So a little rotation through the bridges. Well, from the Rounds Creek Bridge in Lake Guntersville, Alabama, AVT North Division. Let's take a little break and grab a coffee, Black Rifle Coffee. Take a little break. We'll be right back.
This portion of Alabama Bass Trail Live is sponsored by Amherst Federal Credit Union, Fish Alabama, Mountain Dew, by Jax, and by Alabama State Parks. Live coverage continues right after this.
At Phoenix Boats, our passion for fishing is obvious. Whether it's a pro event or fishing with our family and friends,
We truly love the sport of fishing.
that's why our goal is to make every single Phoenix boat that goes out the door the best fishing platform it can be in both design and construction.
We love to fish as much as anyone, and we believe it shows in every boat we build.
Phoenix Boats, built by anglers for anglers.
Bill Petty Toyota is Alabama's #1 volume Toyota dealer. But that's not the only reason to get to know Bill Petty. Enjoy a 10-year unlimited warranty on every new Toyota in stock. Get 1 year of 24/7 roadside assistance. Test drive for the chance to win $5,000. You heard right. 5,000 big ones. Plus, choose from over 700 new Toyotas in stock and priced to move. Bill Petty Toyota is Alabama's #1 volume Toyota dealer. Get to know us today.
You let me see. Things you let me see.
Some things ain't worth keeping. Yesterday's traditions, today's adventures, tomorrow's memories. Now that's something worth keeping. Fish Alabama and find your keeper.
For more information, visit fishalabama.org.
Ryan Adcock and Jonathan Marsh having a good day in boat number 78. Good, I say, because they have a fish. They have one fish, but it's the right size. It's a 5-pounder. Good job on the good quality size bass to get things going. What did it come on? Chatterbait. See, it looks like you're trying to cover a little bit of water up here. You're not hunkering down to one spot, are you?
We stayed on that spot over there all morning. We just now moved off of it. That's where she came from.
Okay. Yeah, I saw you out there in the open. It's kind of like a creek mouth. There is kind of the opening here, but what was it underneath that y'all were targeting?
Just grass clump. It's like the first little point coming into this creek.
Yeah.
Good spot for them to pull up on.
Was it a wall of grass, or you're saying the clumps? It was just sporadic.
That was the clump. There is a wall of grass out there.
So the bladed jig, what they're throwing? Try and see, throwing to the right, but kind of hitting some of those isolated grass clumps in the mouth of a creek. Okay, that makes sense. They kind of sit out there and wait for things to happen, but now they kind of been on the move, working their way down the bank a little bit more, and we're still, again, kind of near the entrance of Seabold, and, there's a lot of fishermen here in these areas, but there's different things to throw out. We heard grass for the first time just a moment ago. We heard a big rock clump or a rock formation people were throwing at. We saw a transition spot between shallower and deeper. drop-offs. Right here, it looks like shallow. We're in fairly skinny water. If you look to the left, you'll see a bank, but the bank drops off gradually. Some of the other fishermen we were at, the bank dropped off a little steeper. What's the depth you're sitting in now?
About 2.5 foot.
2.5. So, oh man, we're deep. Good thing I didn't hear that ticking of my trolling motor, which I did have as I made my way over there to him earlier. But so the thought is trying to get some of these spawners trying to come into these flats.
That's the idea.
And we've already seen one fish today that was just absolutely full, big belly. And it is that time of year where the spawn, some of these fish should be working their way into the creeks and into some of the backwaters instead of being out there onto that main river. But you have different approaches of guys that are going for the fish that haven't made that move up. We saw that in the last pair that we were at just a moment ago. So there's more than one way to skin a cat, and there's more than one way to catch a bass. Sorry to the cat lovers out there too, by the way. That's not the bow up I was wanting to see. So when you're sitting in 1.5 and you're about to go to the half.
Don't want to lose that jackhammer.
See a jerkbait tied on the front as well, trying to get just trying to find that advantage. You know, maybe they don't want one bait and they're looking for another bait that'll sit there maybe a little bit longer. As you heard, a variety of bladed jigs, but he already called it out. He said he didn't want to lose that jackhammer. Don't blame him. And he got it. So if it is that spawning time, and we've heard temperatures low 50s, 53, that's not necessarily the right water. When we were south last week, we were hearing water temperatures from 60 to 65, maybe even 67 at times here up north in northern Alabama, especially not too far off this river. Water's going to be a little colder than it was at Lake, even though we're only, about 3.5 hours different as far as drive time. Talked to anglers yesterday, and I think the warmest in the back of a pocket that they saw all week, and again, it was nicer earlier on in the week, was 60 degrees. And when you get to 60, now you're around the right time. And that's the temperature that they really should be starting to push up on. So if it was like that, some of these fish have started to make their move. And as the other guys have talked about it, they all don't just drop back. Some of them will just stay there and say, hey, what's done's done. I'm going to wait it out. Again, we're watching boat 78. Ryan Adcock, Jonathan Marsh. A single keeper in the boat, but a 5-pounder. All right, it's still cold down here where I'm at. You're a little bit further up the river, Kenneth. How are things looking up there? And have you seen many fish catches today?
Robbie, my plan was to make it up around the Goose Pond area, and I've just now gotten here, so I had a little bit of a drive when we left the last boat we were on, but these are actually kind of out in the main river channel here, just pulling up on this boat. They were on my tracker, but I don't think it was labeled right, so I'm going to figure out what boat these guys are. Got a hook set?
So,
see, we bring good luck sometimes. Small fish. Hey, what's your boat number?
154.
Thank you. Boat 154. Lance Walker and Cole Walker. How many y'all got in live well so far?
2.
What kind of size?
7 pounds.
Okay.
3, just 3.5 pound clones.
Okay.
Had one really good bite, but just slack line that didn't get it,
Right.
It's falling water and cold temperatures. We just gambling to stay out deep.
Right.
Everybody else is catching them shallow, pretty much or on a bridge. We got a late boat number, so we just fishing isolated eelgrass patches that we found and gonna run the river all day.
Okay. Throwing a swim bait out here along the river channel. Spin the boat around. Get a little bit better angle and get too much to that sun.
To the back of Browns Creek. We're trying to pull up on a couple teams right now. Trying to give them a little bit of space because it looks like they're kind of casting around. Got about 4 teams back here. Best I can tell. Water temp back here is about 50 degrees now. We're sitting about 4 foot of water. Teams are kind of fishing the grass edges, and you're just looking for a good bite. Mr. Kayaker on the background over there is out here as well. Guys, what's y'all's boat number? 47. How many y'all got? Got 2. Any size? Okay. What's kind of the game plan today? Did y'all have any time in practice?
Last weekend and then on Wednesday, Thursday this week.
It's changed a lot since then, hasn't it?
A little bit.
Yeah.
They were really shallow on about the weekend ago.
You feel like this cold weather kind of pushed these shallow fish back out a little bit?
Back out, but not deep, I don't think.
Okay. Boat number 47, Chad Wilson, Hunter Wilson. 2 fish in the box. So they had a pretty good practice a couple days ago and the last weekend. Said the fish were a little shallower then. Pushed out just a little bit deeper, they said. They're kind of using chatterbait to work these grass lines. Got about a 3-pounder and 15-incher. Nice one there. That makes it 3 fish in the box for boat number 47, Chad Wilson and Hunter Wilson. Just saw the guy on the trolling motor earlier point just to mark where the grass line edge is. They're really trying to work the edges of these grass lines and pull the baits right through them. You know, so there's not solid grass out here. It's underwater grass for sure. You can't really see it at the surface, but we're sitting in about 4 foot of water. Grass is just underneath the surface, and they're trying to fish the edges of that grass.
Jason, when you were giving that physical description, it sounded like you were talking about the body of water I'm at. You said 4 foot of water with grass that you can't see from the top, but you know it's down there. That's what I'm seeing here with Eric Swinford and Bradley Nolan, boat number 121. I hate to say it, guys. I know you told me. Unfortunately, no fish in the boat just yet. You said you're getting a few bites, but not really wanting to take it. Practice in this area. Did you spend a lot of time? Were you trying to hunker down in one spot, or are you going to be moving around a fair amount today?
I'm going to move around just a little bit. We got a couple spots not too far from here.
Going for a jig, it looks like now, possibly?
I'm going back to
Chatterbait, bladed jig.
Yeah, we're throwing pretty much rattle trap, and pretty much chatterbait. Chatterbait, yeah, I'm throwing them.
Trapping in a chatterbait, you're going to see that a lot, especially ripping it through this grass here. Jason's in similar water that, you know, there's going to be a lot of people, and Guntersville's gone through its transitions of no grass to grass, but you're going to see a lot of that today, I'm quite sure. The one thing that you mentioned was that you're trying to catch some of those transition bass in like that 8-foot range that haven't quite gotten up into the shallows. How bad do you think this cold snap affected you since practice started?
So far, it seems to be a pretty good fit. I've been up here last week as well, and I mean they were shallow. I mean, finished last week.
Yeah.
Last couple days really hadn't been focusing on the shallow fish. To be honest, we figured the conditions would be like what they are. A little bit colder. And I was seeing last week temps in here like 62 degrees, so it's showing 54, 55 right now.
Well, they're showing 54, 55 is warmed up, but that, for the fans at home, skinnier water will heat up quicker than some of that deeper stuff too. So I was hearing 53 earlier. So yeah, with this cold snap and with these gradual drops up here, once they move up, you're hoping they stay there. But you know, sometimes that's why you see some of these guys trying to pull off and get a little bit of deeper stuff for those fish that didn't want to. But with all this grass, you're not digging on one particular grass line. You just know grass is here, and you know it's gradual as far as what the bottom looks like. We'll stick with you for a second until they get another pair ready to go, and hopefully we'll bring some good luck your way. You're not alone in the Seabold area. I see another boat a few hundred yards, another few hundred yards past that, so you might be on to something. Also seeing not necessarily just trapping, they're red rattle trapping. Next to never see that color, Loran. Actually see that color every single time. You can see the grass on that red trap. Jason, hopefully we had things set up for him. Yeah, it looks like we are good. Jason, again, working more the lower portion closer to launch than we are. Jason, what do you have? Who do you have?
Well, I'm pulling up on another boat right now. We are back in the back of Browns Creek here. We got a lot of teams kind of fishing the grass flats, grass edges. Pulled out a little bit to this next boat here. We're sitting in about 6 foot of water. Water temp's pushing about 53 degrees. Sun's coming up. Back here in the back of this pocket, it's not too bad windy. So we're thankful for that as well. Air temperature is pretty chilly still. What's your boat number, guys? 104. How many y'all got? How many fish you got?
None yet, just lost a big one.
Did you?
Yeah, about a 4-pounder right at the boat. I'm trying not to cry right now.
Oh gosh, well it's a bad time to pull up, I guess, too, right?
I'm hoping we can make it up for you.
Yeah, well you tend to bring good luck most of the time.
Well, stick around then.
Yeah, that's what we're here for. How was practice for y'all?
It was good, but the water was 10 degrees warmer.
10 degrees warmer.
Yeah, last Saturday, caught them really good down here in Browns, but it was like 60 to 62 first thing in the morning.
Yeah.
So, trying where they might have pulled out to, just trying to relocate them.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, I work too much. I need to hit a lot of this so I can fish all week.
That's right. We need a job where we can fish all the time, right?
That's right. I would appreciate it. Or just give me a bucket of 100. If you give me a bucket of 100, problem solved.
Yeah.
I'll quit my job, do this. I'm talking about a 5-gallon, not like a small pail.
Boat number 104, Mark Cook and Mason Smith. Don't have any fish in the box yet. I think you heard him say that they had a really good practice. Water temps dropped 10 degrees since last weekend. So he said we're really trying to just relocate these fish where they pulled out to. He's probably the guy that's fishing furthest out, which means he's probably fishing the deepest off the bank in this grass flat. That would be nice. Using chatterbait to work this grass flat. It's slow rolling.
102. Hey, when you're throwing away those, I'm thinking you're doing all right.
Yeah, we got a long way to go.
107, having a solid day, Justin Bussey and Ben Webb, dude. And that big I just saw too. How long have you had that one?
Caught him 7:30. Yeah, first 10, 15 minutes.
Yeah, our fans back home are going to get to see what it looks like. Yeah, when I pulled up here, I saw a boat and I wanted to see because it looks like you're out here in the middle of nowhere, out in the open. It's what, is it a grass flat?
Bar point, it runs out, it's got grass on it.
Yeah, okay.
Just hard bottom.
See somebody up to your left, another couple of 100 yards back behind us out here. So is this a spot on a spot kind of deal here? What are you looking at? What can we not see?
I spent a lot of time Thursday grassing around, and this is one of the only places on the lake that I found them. And I caught one over 5, probably pushing 6 Thursday. Didn't really know how good it was. We pulled up first, second, or third cast, we caught one.
Okay, how many total fish do you think you have this morning already?
Caught 8.
8 fish. Your small is how, pound and a half, 2 pounds, or bigger?
247.
247, 2.5 pounds then.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll say that was a 2-pounder you let go. I see you slow rolling, let everybody in on, I mean, we just saw it, but what are you doing?
We're just slow rolling a big swim bait over some scattered grass off the end of this point right here. This cold weather's kind of pulled some of these fish back that were up in that grass. We never really could get on that trap and chatterbait bite, so we started looking out a little bit. Only way we could get bit.
We felt this cold weather was going to make them slide out.
You're not the first person I had talk, or mention that, but actually catching them, knowing that that's what they could do, and actually catching them, that's the difference.
We spent a lot of time looking. It wasn't easy to find.
But when you're talking about all this grass stuff, these aren't grass fish. These aren't fish you're necessarily going to see in that grass, right? I mean,
well, where we're casting at is actually, we're hitting the grass, but it seems like they're set up out off of it.
Yeah.
Right now.
Working good, and we've seen that, decent sized profile swim bait with underspin, slow rolling it. They said they were trying to make you weren't trying to force that lipless crankbait.
We tried.
We tried. It didn't work.
Yeah, we ground the paint off about half a dozen of them. We just can't figure it out.
I think you figured it out just fine. How much do you think your best 5 weigh?
Probably got 16 pounds.
16 pounds. We've heard 17 today. See y'all are right up there, going real strong. Caught a good one in practice in this area. They know there's some big fish in here. Did you have a target number that you wanted to hit, not only for a check, but to win this thing?
Yeah, about 28. So
28.
We're about halfway there.
Okay.
We want to get 20 for sure. But
your biggest fish weighs how much?
5 pounder.
5 pounds. 5 fives is 25.
The only problem is all these largemouth turned into spots. So.
Yeah, you need those largemouth spotted
we were
bass.
hoping just to pull up on this spot and get one bite.
Yeah.
And it turned into several, so.
A flurry. No complaints.
No complaints yet. It's a good day, and the weather's better than I thought it was going to be, so. I think I have too many clothes on.
My hands are cold. I know y'all's have to be.
After yesterday getting rained on all day, this is pretty nice.
So y'all stayed out there even during the wind and rain?
All day.
All day.
Again, Justin Bussey and Ben Webb for 107. Got that ABT gear on. They cross the stage with the highest weight, get an extra $250 from the Alabama Bass Trail. Not to mention, it's a quality head sock.
It is.
He didn't buy me one. I'm mad about it.
The other boat that's over there, I'm sure they've been watching you reel them in. Are they catching any?
Yeah, I'd say to catch one.
Can you tell who it is? That's the thing when everybody all bundled up like the Michelin Man. I'm Stay Puft Marshmallow guy. Can't tell who's who.
How's y'all's morning been?
Been okay. been okay. I think it's going to be a good day. I think y'all are having a good day, and it's only going to get better.
That's right. Good start. We're happy about it.
We got 3 boats on the water. We've had other guys catching them some. I've seen some guys with 1 big fish. You've got a limit of good-sized fish. Sun's coming out. I mean, it's a good day on Guntersville.
Yes, sir.
I want to go to another one. All right, we're not even to the 9 o'clock hour. We're going to step aside here for just a bit, take a commercial break. We're on Lake Guntersville for the Alabama Bass Trail presented by Phoenix Boats. They're catching them this morning, 16, 17 pounds. We've seen 6, 7 pounders. Who knows what's going to take the win here? They're guessing 28. We'll see if it's this team that can do it later on this afternoon. Stick with us here at Lake Guntersville.
Alabama Bass Trail Live, presented by Black Rifle Coffee, is brought to you by Phoenix Boats, Busch Light, Bahio Sunglasses, Bill Penny Automotive, and by TH Marine. There's more straight ahead.
At Phoenix Boats, our passion for fishing is obvious. Whether it's a pro event or fishing with our family and friends,
We truly love the sport of fishing.
that's why our goal is to make every single Phoenix boat that goes out the door the best fishing platform it can be in both design and construction.
We love to fish as much as anyone, and we believe it shows in every boat we build.
Phoenix Boats, built by anglers for anglers.
Stetson Blaylock, Todd Orton, Hank Terry, let's go!
Garmin Live Scope, I tell you right now, if you don't have it, you are behind. It's just wild. It's like a video game.
If you do not have that Garmin Live Scope, you are definitely missing out.
Bassmaster Classic Champion!
Nobody wants to run out of power when they're on the water. There is a better way. Introducing the Charge Marine Power Management Station from PowerPole that does the work of 3 devices: a traditional battery charger, a charge on the run, and an emergency start system. PowerPole Charge.
On the Water live coverage is brought to you by Academy Sports and Outdoors, by Strike King, Lose, by Garmin, and by Alabama State Parks. There's more to come. Stay with us.
At Phoenix Boats, our passion for fishing is obvious. Whether it's a pro event or fishing with our family and friends,
We truly love the sport of fishing.
that's why our goal is to make every single Phoenix boat that goes out the door the best fishing platform it can be in both design and construction.
We love to fish as much as anyone, and we believe it shows in every boat we build.
Phoenix Boats, built by anglers for anglers.
Stetson Blaylock, Todd Orton, Hank Terry, let's go!
Garmin Live Scope, I tell you right now, if you don't have it, you are behind. It's just wild. It's like a video game.
If you do not have that Garmin Live Scope, you are definitely missing out.
Bassmaster Classic Champion!
The TH Marine HydroWave H2 KVD Edition is a surefire way to ignite a feeding frenzy. The HydroWave utilizes a sound-emitting technology that imitates bait fish and other feeding fish below the surface that preys on the competitive nature of bass and other game fish to get you more bites. The HydroWave is another way that TH Marine has you covered from transom to trolling motor.
Welcome back to the Alabama Bass Trail Live Studio here on the banks of Lake Guntersville at beautiful Lake Guntersville State Park. One of the many state park options that you have in the great state of Alabama. This is one of the crowning jewels. They've got a newly renovated lodge. I mean, the campground, it is just an absolute dream. If you're looking for an affordable vacation option in the state of Alabama that also has just affordable lodging, great fishing, great hiking. We just finished the Eagle Watch program here at Lake Guntersville, so it's a phenomenal place if you're looking for an affordable family vacation option. I think during the blast off you may have gotten to see the campground, which is just next to the boat ramp. So always check out alaparks.com. That way you can check out all the Alabama state parks. But let's recap what we've seen thus far out on the water today. We have our unofficial leaders would be Josh Butts and Stephen McAvoy. They are reporting they had 15 or 17 pounds when we left them a little bit ago. These guys know how to get it done. They had over 28 pounds when they won here a couple years ago around this same time of the year. So they know how to get it done here on Lake Guntersville. So we hopefully will catch back up with them when Jason starts heading back that way. Also, boat number 107, Justin Bussey, Ben Webb. Robbie reported they had 5 fish for, I think he said 15 to 16 pounds. That's a great start for the day. Again, guys, we're just now at the 9 o'clock hour. This boat 107, they've got till about 3:45 today to fish, so they've got a long day ahead of them. And then I don't think we can get off of this wrap up without talking about boat number 3. They have a shorter day to fish, but they started out with a 7-pounder. I mean, that's the way you want to start your day on Lake Guntersville or any other lake for that matter. So it was a great start to the day. I know Kenneth is on another boat right now. We're going to get out to him quickly. We've covered roughly 10 teams thus far, so we'll get back out on the water and see who we can find. Kenneth, who are you with?
Come with boat 54, Keith Vann and Jeremy Jones. And I've just gotten up to him, and he made the comment, we don't need to follow them because they don't know what they're doing. Sometimes we bring good luck, though, so maybe we'll change his fortune. One thing that I have noticed being on the water today, that they've got the lake pulled down a little bit. This lake doesn't usually fluctuate more than about 1.5 feet throughout the year, but it's pulled down pretty low. I don't know if it's been like that all week or if it's something that's happened during the week. Sometimes when they're expecting a lot of rain, they'll pull it down ahead of time just to help all the lakes in the Tennessee River, hold that extra water. There was predicted a lot of rain yesterday, and it did rain quite a bit. So I'm wondering maybe that's kind of the other thing that's affected some of these shallow fish especially, is the fact that the water's come down during the week. These guys are fishing what you would call dirt shallow. He's got a trail of mud behind his boat where his trolling motor's stirring up the water. understanding Robbie's on somebody else, so let's see what he's doing now.
Man, these guys got nice, calm conditions. I mean, the sun is out. 135, Jeremy, the Colonel Sanders, and Kelly Treese. Single fish, 3.5 pounds. Okay, it's a start. It's a start. What's been happening here? Have you been here the whole time? You've been moving around, or what's been happening?
We've been here the whole time, but we've been one fish, first thing, and that's been it.
Okay, so this tells me you spent some practice time here and you put a lot of faith in this spot. What is it about there that keeps you staying?
The area they set up to go in there and spawn, but I ain't been catching numbers, just decent food.
What are you throwing on front? Is that a lizard?
That's a lizard.
Okay.
Caught the one on the trap. Just trying to slow down, see if we can get one to bite.
Getting many bites at all? Not yet.
Yes, sir.
You jerking in the back?
Yeah. Glide bait.
Glide bait. Trying to guess by action. Didn't see before he threw it out there. Again, tried working on the trap. A lot of grass under there we can't see. Again, behind, back behind one of these islands, almost protected. I mean, you do feel the breeze blowing through here now. But shallow, grassy area. We'll be seeing a lot of that. Glide bait in the back, dragging a lizard in front. So how good was practice in this area?
I caught a 4.5, on about 2.5, 3 pounds.
Okay.
So we seem to be getting a lot of bites, so just go where we get done. Got bit.
Yeah. Well, you look for those kind of numbers, Jason. I know you're out there hopping around person to person. I got another boat in front of us, but when you have a decent practice and you're catching those numbers, it makes you think, okay, I need to go here, get my limit, and then I can find those. I can find those big fish. 5, 4.5 would be a good day. Sorry, I thought he was ready.
West of Sam's, Jordan Wiggins, but 22 pounds. We have just pulled up on Wesley Sands and Jordan Wiggins. Guys, you got 22 pounds with a 3-pounder in the box. That's a good start for this time of day, right? Right? Is this where y'all started? Where'd y'all start? Second hole? Doing the same kind of deal though? So this would be our unofficial leader. 22 pounds. They said they got a 3-pounder in the box. Ooh, fish set. Fish hook set. Hook set. Big fish. Good fish. Good fish. Good fish. Nice. So before this fish, they thought they had 22 pounds. Had a 3-pounder as their smallest fish. So it's about time to start calling up a little bit here. This one's going to be more than 3 for sure. $25.11. Wow, guys. That's a 3-pound coil, if my math is right. Almost a 4-pound coil. Take a look back at this last fish catch here for the Wesley Sams and Jordan Wiggins. Dang. So he just said they got a coil of 451 to be able to upgrade. Those are big fish. When you're calling 5-pounders. I'm gonna loop around, camera guy. Loop around and get us a better shot. Shot. So now we've got a call. A 451 is their smallest fish. Sitting at 25.11. Throwing a chatterbait in the grass. This is their second stop. Yeah, yeah. We got there early too, and I can't even troll through there now.
Oh, we were 120, and they had to get out of our way every pylon. We was going, the guy in front of us just stopped right under the bridge. We had to go to a different
Oh, really?
section.
Y'all know how it is over there. I think they just having to talk it out too to decide who's going to cast where.
It'll be one off the bridge.
Oh yeah.
I just can't do that.
It gets frustrating fishing up there, I think. I'd much rather be doing it this way right here.
Oh, yeah.
Wesley, is that all the baits he lets you bring?
There's more baits in here than Tackle Warehouse.
Well, we got a little bit of break in the action here, so we're going to take a break. This is the Alabama Bass Trail North Division from Lake Guntersville, brought to you by Phoenix Boats.
At Phoenix Boats, our passion for fishing is obvious, whether it's a pro event or fishing with our family and friends. At Phoenix Boats, our passion for fishing is obvious, whether it's a pro event or fishing with our family and friends.
We truly love the sport of fishing.
That's why our goal is to make every single Phoenix boat that goes out the door the best fishing platform it can be, in both design and construction.
We love to fish as much as anyone, and we believe it shows in every boat we build.
Phoenix Boats. Built by anglers, for anglers.
The perfect checking account doesn't exist. Not at a bank, that is. So why do you keep looking there? At AmFirst, you can get no minimum balance or monthly fees, an instant issue debit card, and free checks with unlimited check writing. But who doesn't want more? Like a rewards program you'll actually use, and convenient digital tools that make it easy to manage your account from anywhere. Now you could try and find that at a bank, or you could save yourself the trouble by checking with us.
Big companies get bigger and bigger and talk about their fancy labs where they study fish behavior, but then they all go golfing on the weekend. We don't have a large laboratory to test baits. Why, you ask? We don't need a big laboratory because our pros fish, our employees fish, our salespeople fish, our suppliers fish, our mold builders fish, our owners fish, and our kids fish. This is our laboratory. Our R&D comes from time on the water, learning how to make fish bite. We don't have other hobbies. We fish. We fish all year in all conditions across the whole country. All that time on the water brings us thousands of hours of testing new products and improving current ones for all species. We're a family-owned U.S. company that has many of our products made in America by American workers. The products we don't make in America, we make in Guatemala, which supports many families in that country as well.
Welcome back to the ABT, the Alabama Bass Trail, presented by Phoenix Boats. Hopping around this expanse that is known as Lake Guntersville, aka the part of the Tennessee River chain. I'm seeing boats on the move to my left, but I saw a boat that's on my right. I had to find out who it was. It was boat number 86, Dylan Tucker, Greg Tucker. How is it going today so far, guys? Okay, so the 1 3-pounder, okay, get you in the decent size. For the little bit of time I've been here, I've seen you throwing the lipless crankbait. Is that what you've been sticking to?
That and a chatterbait, man, that's what we're going to do today.
So something tells me there's some grass underneath that surface.
Oh, yeah. A lot of grass.
So what is the game plan? You seem like you're a little disappointed. Did you think you'd have more by now?
I think this cold front's kind of shut them down a little bit. Maybe the sun get up good, maybe they'll get perked up here a little bit.
Getting quite a few bites, or the 4 you got, the 4 bites you got?
Got 4 keepers and 4 or 5 short fish, I guess.
Okay, couple shorts. So you think the cold weather has affected them?
I think it has a little bit for what we're doing.
All right, we're going to sit back and watch for a second. We'll get on another camera. We'll go to them. We'll watch you hopefully catch one here.
No.
No.
We're still on boat with Wesley Sams and Jordan Wiggins. 25.11 is the weight that they are reporting. I would call that a pretty close, accurate weight because I watched them weigh them. So I think they know what they got. They got a over 4.5 as their smallest fish that they're going to have to cull. Just fishing these grass flats, throwing a chatterbait.
I can't hear anything now. I'm not going to wait on them. We're on boat 174, Cole Wade and Donnie Wade. Guys, how's it going so far this morning? Not any good. I'm assuming that was based on a pretty good practice stuff. Okay. Quite a few boats in here. You pretty much been all up and down this line all morning?
We stopped at one other spot earlier. It was a good area. Baits and round traps here. You see him kind of shaking his bait off the grass. The key here is you want your bait to kind of tick the grass. Sometimes that's what triggers the bite. And hold your rod tip up a little bit to keep the crankbait from digging too far in that grass.
shaking the grass off. Sometimes that's when the bite will happen. What kind of grass is growing in here?
It's eelgrass and coontail mostly.
Okay.
A lot of coontail, shallow part of the flat. I see a lot of coontail now. I see much.
So these guys are fishing the backside of a river channel bar. So the river channel's further, on the side of the boat there. You're just kind of on the backside. So on top of the bar, it gets real shallow and gets a little bit deeper as it comes to their boat. And then where I'm sitting is more of the creek channel that runs up through here. He's just going right along the edge of the creek channel. These fish are in here. I mean, there's boats lined up all the way down through here. This is a known area to hold a lot of fish. It does get a lot of pressure though. But these fish will spawn up on that bar. That grass that grows up there, they kind of find a hole in the grass, and that's where they'll spawn. So they kind of move in and out. But it's such a long stretch, it's kind of hard to pinpoint exactly where the fish are. You kind of have to get your bait wet and fish down through here and hope that you get in the right group of them at the right time. There was a high school tournament put in a Goose Pond, and some of these boats up here are part of that tournament. You know, that as you go upriver, and we're pretty good ways upriver now, but as you go upriver from where we took off the state park, you know, these flats tend to get shallower and shallower, and I'm just wondering if this cold front is going to affect these fish a lot more than, you know, some of these areas that are down the lake. We've got some of the other boats covering down the lake, and it seems like some teams are, you know, doing pretty good. I'm sure there's some teams that are catching as well. That's the thing about Guntersville. It can be one group and a group of one boat and a group of 8 to 10 boats, and you know, it may only be one that catches them really well. And try to kind of skip from boat to boat and hope that we get a good sampling of what's really going on. But so far from what I've seen up here, most people have been struggling.
hear anything, I don't know. Yeah. We are just trying to make a move to get to our next team. We have just left Jordan Wiggins, Wesley Sams. They had 25-11. I'm not sure this is one of our teams. I can't really tell. Trying to ease around with these guys fishing the grass. We don't want to just pull up on them real quick. Exactly. Hey guys, how are y'all doing today? Y'all fishing ABT today?
Yes, sir.
What's y'all's boat number? 200. How many y'all got?
We got
Two? I didn't see a green marker, so I couldn't tell.
It blew off this morning.
Blew off, yeah. This wind's been rolling hard enough to blow anything off, right?
We came in my water and they were trying to tie it on the
Oh, gotcha. Yeah. I've seen a couple guys catching fish. How was y'all's practice? Pretty good. The weather changes up, and
Now just trying to figure out how they want it today.
yeah, y'all got boat 200 though. That's a pretty good full day of fishing for sure. Y'all gonna get some more fishing at some point, hopefully. See a lot of guys fishing the grass today. That's kind of what y'all's been planning on doing too?
Yes. Fishing the outside edge.
Yeah.
They back out.
anything on y'all's end. 10-4. It's about 166 who I caught up with, Damian Willis, Tyler Kiker. Got a single fish, 3 and change probably for that one. Not what we expected out of former winners of the ABT, but different lake, different day. One thing that they pointed out is they say every time I pull up to them, it's always a windy day. And I'm just saying that's because every time I'm out on the water, it is a windy day. We'll get a little closer so maybe we can get that audio a little bit because these guys are roaming around. All right, they may be able to hear you a little bit better now. Tell me about your day, your morning. How did it start off, and what are your thoughts?
Started slow and has consistently stayed that way. Caught a few small ones, had a big one pull off.
Pulled off?
Not been a great morning so far.
So what are you throwing, and what's your thought process in here? I know it's really skinny water.
Trout and chatterbait. Hoping something will in this ditch and we catch it.
What is it about this area that turned you on to it?
Just a good grass, big grass flat they spawn on. Ditch coming in here.
You won before. What was that? Smith Lake?
Smith and Wheeler.
Smith and Wheeler. I remember it was 2. I couldn't remember if they were both at Smith. Already heard reports that a Smith Lake duo is doing well out there, so you can do well on their territory. They can do well here. If this bite doesn't turn on, are you stuck to this flat? Are you stuck to doing this and just waiting for the right time?
It's hard to say. I feel like it's going to get better in the afternoon. That's just playing by ear.
It's hard to be patient that long. How many baits have you went through? You staying with those 2 generally?
7 or 8.
And only a single fish, keeper fish in the live well for Damian Willis and Tyler Kiker. Winners on the Alabama Bass Trail. Looking for their first victory here in 2023. Sun is coming out. Guys talking about how hoping things heat up, warm up, and fire up these fish. Everybody's looking for that. It's cold this morning, right around freezing. Probably in the low 40s at best right now. Don't have very good cell service. I think it's probably around 40 degrees. Still cold on the hands. Not seeing a ton of people running around. And with the breeze, you will see more people on the northern side, are blocking themselves from, that wind, but not seeing a ton of people running around. So they probably get locked into some of those areas they know that hold the fish, and they're just hoping for that right time. Another pair behind us a couple of 100 yards. When we do get availability, we're going to go to them. I believe that might be Fisher and Ryan Anaya. Just heard reports that may not be them, but there is somebody. And again, when you have these expanses in the area we were out, we actually made contact with the dirt bottom and had to make some navigational adjustments. But we get into some of these grass flats, you're in here. Once you're in here for a bit. Well, I was guessing who that was, and if it's not the Anayas, I'm going to go find out who that is here on the Alabama Bass Trail. We're going to step aside in just a bit here. We've seen a lot of fish catches today. We're seeing big weights as well, but not for everyone. But again, it's a long day of fishing still ahead.
Alabama Bass Trail Live, presented by Black Rifle Coffee, is brought to you by Phoenix Boats, Busch Light, Bahio Sunglasses, Bill Penny Automotive, and by TH Marine. There's more straight ahead.
At Phoenix Boats, our passion for fishing is obvious. Whether it's a pro event or fishing with our family and friends,
we truly love the sport of fishing.
That's why our goal is to make every single Phoenix boat that goes out the door the best fishing platform it can be in both design and construction.
We love to fish as much as anyone, and we believe it shows in every boat we build.
Phoenix Boats, built by anglers for anglers.
Bill Penny Toyota is Alabama's #1 volume Toyota dealer. But that's not the only reason to get to know Bill Penny. Enjoy a 10-year unlimited warranty on every new Toyota in stock. Get 1 year of 24/7 roadside assistance. Test drive for the chance to win $5,000. You heard right. 5,000 big ones. Plus, choose from over 700 new Toyotas in stock and price to move. Bill Penny Toyota is Alabama's #1 volume Toyota dealer. Get to know us today.
You let me see. Things you let me see.
Some things ain't worth keeping. Yesterday's traditions, today's adventures, tomorrow's memories. Now that's something worth keeping. Fish Alabama and find your keeper.
For more information, visit fishalabama.org.
On the Water live coverage is brought to you by Academy Sports and Outdoors, by Strike King, Luz, by Garmin, and by Alabama State Parks. There's more to come. Stay with us.
At Phoenix Boats, our passion for fishing is obvious. Whether it's a pro event or fishing with our family and friends,
we truly love the sport of fishing.
That's why our goal is to make every single Phoenix boat that goes out the door the best fishing platform it can be in both design and construction.
We love to fish as much as anyone, and we believe it shows in every boat we build.
Phoenix Boats, built by anglers for anglers.
Stetson Blaylock, Todd Auten, Hank Terry, let's go!
Garmin Live Scope, I tell you right now, if you don't have it, you are behind. It's just wild. It's like a video game.
If you do not have that Garmin Live Scope, you are definitely missing out.
Bassmaster Classic Champion!
Nobody wants to run out of power when they're on the water. There is a better way. Introducing the Charge Marine Power Management Station from PowerPole that does the work of 3 devices: a traditional battery charger, a charge on the run, and an emergency start system. PowerPole Charge.
Welcome back to the Alabama Bass Trail, man. We're trying to cover this expanse of the Tennessee River known as Lake Guntersville. Spawning flats, we're going to hear a lot, we're going to see a lot, but I was wanting to try and show you what I've been dealing with. Lorraine, shoot down in the water. You're seeing little bits of grass and stuff. This is about 4 feet deep, 3 feet deep here. But where we just left, a foot and a half. I actually got stuck. Motors all the way up, trolling motors. You know, I'm having to hand hold it in there. That's what these guys are dealing with. Oftentimes you hear grass. You can't see the grass. You know it's there. Shale beds, hard bottoms, things like that as far as what these bass are going to be spawning on. This is a spawning flat, hard bottom, grass around there, got everything you need, but it doesn't make it easy to get to. I got a boat about 100 yards to my left. Okay, I'm going to find out who that is. I know I'm chasing the dog's tail throughout the day, but again, when you talk about spawning flats, this is it. It's as skinny as you could possibly get, and that's why we're seeing a lot of people around here.
Robbie, this is the time. It is, you know, leading up to this week, I think the weather was right in line with, you know, the fish getting ready to move up and do their thing. And all week long, we saw temperatures fall off. We saw the cold rain come in yesterday that really cooled down this water. We've heard of 63-degree weather or 63-degree water, now down today to 53 degrees. So that is going to knock those fish back just a little bit. I do see on the trackers that Kenneth is heading to a team, I believe Donnie Beck and Tony Harvey. They are winners here when we had the 38 bags over 20 pounds. So I think Kenneth was trying his best to get to that team to see how they were doing and where they were located on the lake. Just to remember that we do have one team that's already reporting over 20 pounds. They have 25-11. That is your current reigning anglers of the year in the North Division, Wesley Sams and Jordan Wiggins. We've seen several big fish caught, guys. We've seen a 7-pounder. We showed that to you on replay not too long ago. We've seen a 5-pounder. We've seen some really good fish come out of Lake Guntersville. We're going to show you a couple of replays of those fish right now while we're getting ready to go back to Kenneth. But you're seeing some good fish caught not only on the bridges, but out in the middle of the lake on some spawning flats, as Robbie alluded to earlier. Eelgrass playing a big part in this lake today. You know, some guys hate it, some guys love it. It does make it a little more difficult. You do have to clean off your baits every time that you reel them in, but it certainly has made for great fishing, not only on Guntersville, but certainly on Wheeler as well. There you see Brandon Gross and Brian Johnson holding up that 7-pounder. Their first fish of the day, a 7-pounder. So you got to know that their day started off in a good way. So we're going to get back out of the water just a little bit, but I do want to talk a little bit about the weigh-in. Today, first flight is due in at 3 o'clock, so we will see some of the fish start coming across the stage just shortly after the 3 o'clock time frame. Robbie Floyd will be your MC from the stage. We do have bleacher seating here, unlike some of the other areas that we go to, so we do have bleacher seating here. So feel free to bring your lawn chairs. Feel free to come out and sit on the bleachers. We are at Lake Guntersville State Park. One of the many times that we've been here on Lake Guntersville here at the state park, one of the many state parks in the Ala Park system. I know Jason is on a boat. We're going to get out to the water in just a minute. If you can't be here, please tune in to alabamabasstrail.org, as well as our YouTube station, Alabama Bass Trail TV, and right here on Facebook on Alabama Bass Trail Tournament Series. So, Jason, I know you've just pulled up on a team. If you've had time, tell us what boat number you're with and who you're with.
Just pulled up on boat number 123, Luke, Kyle, and Archer Cornett. Guys, got 2 in the box. It's a cold morning this morning, right? Changed them up a little bit, I think, didn't it? Yeah, the sun's coming out. It's going to help it, I think. What do y'all think? Yeah, that wind is pretty fierce. Yeah, and you're kind of in here on the backside of the causeway a little bit. Kind of does break it for a second, but it's pretty tough. We're going to slide back here and watch y'all catch them. How about that? So once again, boat number 123, Luke, Kyle, and Archer Cornett got 2 fish in the box. Set practice was pretty good for them. Definitely, like others have said, the weather change has affected today's pattern, and they're just trying to figure them out. We had guys reporting earlier that the water temperature in their area had dropped 10 degrees since last weekend. So that definitely does affect the fishing for sure. Some of these shallow fish are pulled out, as Kenneth has alluded to earlier. If you're fishing shallow earlier this week and expecting those fish to still be here today, I think you're showing up to an area that they're not there. And a lot of teams are not necessarily scrambling, they're just readjusting. And for the teams like Jordan Wiggins and Wesley Sams have made that adjustment and got 25 pounds in the box because they pulled out just a little bit and fished the grass with the chatterbait. We've heard a lot of teams throwing chatterbait in the grass today and mixing it up a little bit. So this team here's throwing looks like a weightless worm. He had on a little like a Damiki rig earlier. So just kind of mixing it up and trying to find a fish. Robbie, what's happening on your side of the lake?
Well, you mentioned how some of the guys, pulling out, throwing the chatterbait. The guys I'm with just took off the chatterbait. Looks like they're going for the lipless and a spinnerbait. That's the first time I've seen the spinnerbait today, but I mean, it is breezy. As long as you don't get all spun out, it should be good. But Justin Bussey, Ben Webb is who it was that I couldn't tell when I was looking into the sun. We had talked to them earlier in boat 107, and remember at that time they had that one good fish, 16 pounds, and unfortunately they're still stuck on about that 16 pounds, but that's not because they haven't been catching fish. They've caught 4 fish since we saw them earlier, just no upgrade fish. So you said something to me just a moment ago that's kind of indicative. Even though you're catching fish, you're not able to upgrade, and you say if it don't happen pretty quick, you're going to make a long run.
Yeah, we got something else we're about to go check. That's a little deeper. Some fish I found Thursday, and if we can't upgrade there, we feel like we get bit there. But if we don't upgrade, we're gonna make a long run.
When you're hitting these shallow spots, you'd think all the largemouth would be in loaded up, but your limit right now, did you say 4 spots, 1 largemouth?
Yeah.
What are these spots encroaching on this largemouth territory?
Seems like they live with them now.
Yeah, it's mixed in together.
Yeah, even this summer, we really caught them this summer. And, even though the last ABT up here, we caught a bunch of spots mixed in with a largemouth. You're hearing a lot of people talk about it now, and it seems like they're getting healthier and healthier.
All right, so a little bit different area, but I know you're targeting grass. I just came over that one area, and you could certainly, hopefully I didn't blow it out, but I mean, it's a flat with rocks and everything, shell bed and stuff.
There's different high spots around it. This fish just slid off into this point, got every dig. Water's dropped about 9 degrees. We're not real happy.
We hadn't really figured out the shallow bite, but we know it lives here.
We'll sit back and watch. Guys give me a hard time whenever I bring up the Classic, because the only other bass fishing events I cover other than the Alabama Bass Trail is the Bassmaster Classic, and I'll be pre-fishing. The official practice day of the Classic is Wednesday, and I'll be with a man who's probably known to be, I guess it's safe to say he'd probably be considered the best or one of the best spinnerbait fishermen in the world, and that's Jason Christie, last year's Classic winner. So I'm getting my spinnerbait fix in a little bit early because, you got to fish your strength. That's Jason Christie's strength.
Who?
Jason, just for my eyesight here, and I know you're having to deal with the wind as well today, makes it a little harder for us to hear, but visually wise, I see another boat just a few hundred yards, but looks like a couple of boats are out there in the main river doing some of that deeper stuff, although we know sandbars and stuff do change the floor, you know, the lake floor. But these guys are in literally a couple of feet of water. Those guys are out there near the main lake, and they're only a couple of hundred yards away from each other.
Yeah, we're on the backside of the causeway right now. It's probably the only area in the whole lake where the wind's not blowing. Guys, what's your boat number today? 111. What kind of weight do y'all have? $13? That's good. Trying to get a fifth one? Okay, that's really good then. David Kyle, Scott Callahan, 4 fish, about 13 pounds. Working the What was your boat number one more time? 111. 111. Sorry about that, guys. It's Sean Lally and David Lally. Oh, got a strike there. Fishing the backside of the causeway here in Browns Creek. That's probably the only area in the whole lake that the wind's not blowing you to death. Trying to get my cameraman a good shot here. They're gonna lock it down. Sun's coming up, feel it up, warming up a little bit. Water temp in this area is 54 degrees. Sitting in about 4 foot of water. Said about slung the rod away.
Jason, I don't know if you could even hear me. It's so windy out here on the main river. I caught up with boat number 60, Tom McLemore and Dean Nelson. And for the friends and family watching at home, they don't have anything. They have had like 4 shorts, but they don't have a keeper fish as of yet. And their approach right now, I'm going to try and get up there, and it may have to switch to the other side of the boat. But you can see the water white capping. And if you're not in those pockets, those shallow pockets, and you're out here on the main river, the wind's whipping, probably 10 to 15 miles an hour. It's cold. We see another boat over to our right that's not in our tournament. Oh, I'm going to try and get Lauren. All right, teamwork makes the dream work, but I mean, y'all are all hugged up over there together. So tell me about today. You said you've just been catching shorts. You're just not getting the right size or the numbers, huh?
Later in the day, but I don't know if that's going to happen today or not.
What are you throwing? Is that a crankbait I see? David will be happy to see that. Now, were some of those hits I was seeing a moment ago, or are those just ripping through the grass? You've been staying out on Main River for most of the morning? South Saudi wasn't happening either? 5 shorts. I didn't give you enough credit. I thought you had 4 shorts, but you had 5 shorts. That's not good either way. From what time on, you think? Yeah, with the 3 o'clock check-in makes it tough if your bite has been all later on in the day. So go out there and try and find something just to keep it going. Again, we try and get you everybody that we can out there on the water. And I know, like in this instance, these guys said, man, I don't want them hanging around me. But, again, let the friends and family know just what's happening throughout the day. I think Kenneth is caught up with another pair, Kenneth. And people don't understand that. Yeah, we do have some trackers, but say we've got 20 trackers and we're covering 225 boats. We still try and get as many people as we can, because that next boat that we don't have a tracker on could be the one that wins the tournament.
So I just pulled up on these two boats, and the red boat, I was actually going to come up and talk, and they moved to where I couldn't get to them, and the blue boat had caught a fish, and then just like a minute after that, the red boat actually had one on and got off of the boat. I can't really get too close to them right now. I don't want to interfere. Like I said, I don't want to interfere with what they're doing. I kind of have an idea of what they're fishing here. You can see the island there to the right of the blue boat, and it's a little bit of a creek channel that runs up against that island. Should be some scattered grass, but it's kind of an area where these fish move in. It's kind of a deeper area. So kind of one of the things that we've picked on so far this today is a lot of these teams are fishing, either deeper grass lines or, deeper areas where these fish maybe aren't as far along in the spawn cycle. A lot of these shallow water areas have been warmed actually for about a month. So a lot of these fish are in shallow water have probably already spawned or started that cycle. With this cold front, there probably really been more of a negative effect on those fish than some of the deeper fish that may be just now starting to move up. So this is kind of a little bit of a deeper area for the part of the river that we're in now. It's at least a little bit deeper area, so it may be an area where these fish are just starting in transition, move up. Might be able to get a little bit closer now. We'll figure out, get some boat numbers and figure out who these guys are. I know the red boat's in our tournament. I see the ribbon. I don't know that I see a ribbon on this other boat yet. Yeah, I see the ribbon. Looks like he's using his live scope to scan around and he's looking for fish. Maybe looking for the grass edge. He's actually kind of off the edge a minute now. How's it going? Good. What's your boat number?
What, buddy?
What's your boat number?
63.
Boat number 63.
Got one in the bottom of the head.
That's it? Yep. Got one fish. I guess that's what we saw him catch. Should be Robert White, Chris Hawkins. Did you say that was a spotted bass you caught?
No, it's large.
Okay.
We got one 15 inches.
Okay. Is that kind of what you expect, or did you have a good practice? How'd it go?
We had a good practice around this island.
Okay. Yeah.
It's later today when we called.
Okay.
Hopefully the time will take.
Right.
Get on the building later. Got a few more spots we're going to come around and hit about last. See if they can live in there.
Okay.
Hopefully.
Right. At least that island's kind of blocking the wind for us. Not many places you can get out of the wind right now.
The crowd's still here too.
What's that?
The crowd's still here too. Everybody's hanging in here. One. It looked good though. Can say that the wind has definitely picked up out here on this side of the bridge. Looking across the lake, it's white capping pretty solid on most of the waves. You can see as Josh bounces in and out of the frame, that's because of the bow of that boat's going up and down. They have upgraded, as he said earlier, they have upgraded a little bit, sitting on about 19.5 pounds. Go back behind us. The guy behind us got a fish on. Oh, little fish.
Hey guys, what's your boat number?
Ken?
Boat number 9. Wesley Marshall. Tanner Godsey. What you got in live well so far?
Got one.
Got one. What kind of size?
About a 2-pound spot.
Okay, spotted bass. I'm starting to hear more about spotted bass on Guntersville Lake.
Sir?
I'm starting to hear more and more spotted bass are showing up on Guntersville Lake.
Yeah, I was kind of surprised. We caught it out of the grass right up there.
Yeah.
And tough.
Had a bite and didn't catch it. Throwing a jig on these treetops. The treetops kind of come out. And right at the edge of those treetops is a little bit deeper water and a little bit of scattered grass. Got the front of the boat throwing chatterbait. Take it on the back throwing a jig. Sometimes those jig bites will come back and bite if you can. See, he's backing up. Try to give the guy a little bit better angle.
Jeez, man. It's much easier on this side, I'll tell you that. Y'all hadn't moved for sure, yeah. Y'all hadn't moved. How much you got now? 20 something. That's good, dude. How many fish you caught all together, you think? Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, yeah. 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 It's Caden Sinclair. The temperature really doesn't affect these guys, probably.
That's why we're here. We don't feel like it was. If we drop in the water, 2.5-foot load. This isn't going to change as the grass fish would. I went and fished everything I knew grass-wise. One or two decent ones, but other than that, we couldn't really get bit.
On the Water live coverage is brought to you by Academy Sports and Outdoors, by Strike King, Lose, by Garmin, and by Alabama State Parks. There's more to come. Stay with us.
At Phoenix Boats, our passion for fishing is obvious. Whether it's a pro event or fishing with our family and friends,
We truly love the sport of fishing.
that's why our goal is to make every single Phoenix boat that goes out the door the best fishing platform it can be in both design and construction.
We love to fish as much as anyone, and we believe it shows in every boat we build.
Phoenix Boats, built by anglers for anglers.
Stetson Blaylock, Todd Auden, Head Fury, let's go!
Garmin Live Scope, I tell you right now, if you don't have it, you are behind. It's just wild. It's like a video game.
If you do not have that Garmin Live Scope, you are definitely missing out.
Bassmaster Classic Champion!
The TH Marine Hydrowave H2 KVD Edition is a surefire way to ignite a feeding frenzy. The Hydrowave utilizes a sound-emitting technology that imitates bait fish and other feeding fish below the surface that preys on the competitive nature of bass and other game fish to get you more bites. The Hydrowave is another way that TH Marine has you covered from transom to trolling motor.
We are still on Caden Sinclair, catching 25 pounds, or 20 plus pounds here. So they are having a time here on the bridges, fishing the bridge pattern. Part of that is you got to fish with the other guys on the bridge. So it's not a fun place to fish for some people. There are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 boats here now. 3 guys, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 guys fishing from the bank. So even if you don't have a boat, the Browns Creek Bridge is a great place to come fishing.
Jason, I'm just hopping and skipping and jumping. I was heading to one team. I found another, but it was a pretty good team. 150, Roman Calvert, Shannon Calvert. I like hearing that you have 17.5 pounds and it's midday today. Are you doing the same thing that caught these fish? Okay. So you are doing both, and just are they hitting it right after you rip it, or just throughout?
Some of them
Everything going according to his plans, a little better than you thought, or what? Oh, no. Raise your hand if you're the net man in that situation. What happened?
I scooped up under him, and I had it extended like 10 feet out there.
Oh, yeah. There's one.
I tried to put it right out of that.
Oh, man. How many total fish think you caught today? 10 or 12. Well, that's a good day. Now, do you have a big one in there, or is it all about the same size? Okay, 2 for 10 will get you done. Yeah. Okay, so you need to find more of those 5s. You'll be doing all right. Yeah, time of day. Is it supposed to get better for you think, or? And you're just about middle of the road, about 150. Got that middle check-in. First flight checks in at 3 o'clock this afternoon, Lake Guntersville State Park. If you want to come and join us today, if you're watching online. We'll be going off air here at the top of the hour, but still got more fishing to show. I want to remind everybody that on Valley Sports Southeast, May 28th, also on June 4th will be the air dates for this ABT event on Lake Guntersville. Again, May 28th and June 4th. So you're seeing a lot of grass, but that means a lot of bass. Whether they're spotted bass or largemouth, they're trying to catch them all here at Lake Guntersville. Calvert with over 17 pounds, but they still got some room to make up because they're going to win this thing this week. Stick with us here. We've got more from the Alabama Bass Trail from Lake Guntersville right after this.
This portion of Alabama Bass Trail Live is sponsored by AmFirst Federal Credit Union, Fish Alabama, Mountain Dew, by Jax, and by Alabama State Parks. Live coverage continues right after this.
At Phoenix Boats, our passion for fishing is obvious. Whether it's a pro event or fishing with our family and friends,
We truly love the sport of fishing.
that's why our goal is to make every single Phoenix boat that goes out the door the best fishing platform it can be in both design and construction.
We love to fish as much as anyone, and we believe it shows in every boat we build.
Phoenix Boats, built by anglers for anglers.
The perfect checking account doesn't exist. Not at a bank, that is. So why do you keep looking there? At AmFirst, you can get no minimum balance or monthly fees, an instant issue debit card, and free checks with unlimited check writing. But who doesn't want more? Like a rewards program you'll actually use, and convenient digital tools that make it easy to manage your account from anywhere. Now you could try and find that at a bank, or you could save yourself the trouble by checking with us.
Big companies get bigger and bigger and talk about their fancy labs where they study fish behavior, but then they all go golfing on the weekend. We don't have a large laboratory to test baits. Why, you ask? We don't need a big laboratory because our pros fish, our employees fish, our salespeople fish, our suppliers fish, our mold builders fish, our owners fish, and our kids fish. This is our laboratory. Our R&D comes from time on the water, learning how to make fish bite. We don't have other hobbies. We fish. We fish all year in all conditions across the whole country. All that time on the water brings us thousands of hours of testing new products and improving current ones for all species. We're a family-owned U.S. company that has many of our products made in America by American workers. The products we don't make in America, we make in Guatemala, which supports many families in that country as well.
Alabama Bass Trail Live presented by Black Rifle Coffee, is brought to you by Phoenix Boats, Busch Light, Bahio Sunglasses, Bill Penny Automotive, and by TH Marine. There's more straight ahead.
At Phoenix Boats, our passion for fishing is obvious. Whether it's a pro event or fishing with our family and friends,
We truly love the sport of fishing.
that's why our goal is to make every single Phoenix boat that goes out the door the best fishing platform it can be in both design and construction.
We love to fish as much as anyone, and we believe it shows in every boat we build.
Phoenix Boats, built by anglers for anglers.
Bill Penny Toyota is Alabama's #1 volume Toyota dealer. But that's not the only reason to get to know Bill Penny. Enjoy a 10-year unlimited warranty on every new Toyota in stock. Get 1 year of 24/7 roadside assistance. Test drive for the chance to win $5,000. You heard right. 5,000 big ones. Plus, choose from over 700 new Toyotas in stock and price to move. Bill Penny Toyota is Alabama's #1 volume Toyota dealer. Get to know us today.
You let me see. Things you let me see.
Some things ain't worth keeping. Yesterday's traditions, today's adventures, tomorrow's memories. Now that's something worth keeping. Fish Alabama and find your keeper.
For more information, visit fishalabama.org.
Well, it's another ABT event, and this time at Lake Guntersville, site of one of our first Alabama Bass Trail events ever. It's our 10th year of doing so, and the one thing when you show up at Lake Guntersville, you better expect big fish, big numbers. That's what it's known for. In our Busch Light breakdown, you have to talk about the possibilities. That's what I'm seeing today. When I pull up to somebody early and they've got 16 pounds, I know that a big bag is out there. The crazy thing about it is 20 pounds is not necessarily a big bag at Lake Guntersville. When any other lake in the United States, you catch 20 pounds, you're really doing something. But we already know from what we've seen today that 20 pounds is not going to get it done. We're hearing over 25 pounds, and there are still many, many hours left of fishing. So, Kenneth, the possibilities on Guntersville, we always talk about them, but when you know they are catching them on a day like today and it's only going to get better, what are the possibilities? A 30-pound bag?
Well, it certainly started out as a really cold morning. It hadn't really warmed up a lot. The sun's trying to help, and I'm out of the wind, and this is the warmest I've felt all day. We've been in the wind most of the time. It's the wind that's really making it brutal right now, but the fish catches, from what we saw, were kind of the same way. We started off in fairly shallow water. Most of the guys we follow were shallow grass, fish that were moved up. They probably caught them well last weekend or early in the week. That bite seems to have really tapered off, at least from what we've seen this morning. It sounds like maybe the guys that have stayed out in deeper water have had a better day so far. That could change, though. We're kind of mid part of the day. The sun's gotten up high. Some of those shallower fish may start to bite, get this late afternoon bite. So it's going to be interesting to see, once these guys cross the stage, what they did to really catch them. The patterns are going to be pretty varied, I think. We know guys have caught them on bridges. We know guys have been catching them in grass. So it's always the thing. Weigh-in for ABT is where we find everything out. These guys come in with big bags. We get to talk to them, figure out what the patterns were, where they caught these fish. So be sure to check back for weigh-in, and you'll find that information out just like we will. Let's go to Jason and get his take on how his day has gone.
Well, it's Lake Guntersville, and when you come to Lake Guntersville, what do you expect? old bridge pattern. Here we are in Browns Creek Bridge. We started out here this morning. There were 6 guys on one side of the bridge, 6 guys on the other side of the bridge, and it was extremely hard to even make the pass underneath the bridge. So Josh Butson was on there this morning, and they have just upgraded to 19 pounds. Him and Stephen McAvoy have done a really good job of holding on to their, winning time here before. They won right there in that spot. But we made a move over this afternoon, to a spot that was in the grass. We jumped around spot to spot to spot here. So we got up on Jordan Wiggins and Wesley Sams, and they're the team that we need to mark right now at the top of the leaderboard, sitting at 25-11 with a 4-pounder that they still need to cull out. So it's been a really good day for them. That was definitely a grass bite for them. Shallow grass, about 4 foot of waller, throwing chatterbaits. So it's been a really good day. Be exciting to see how they play out the rest of the day. Sun is warming up. We've been bundled up all morning. Hopefully it'll warm up a little bit for these guys. That bite will come on this afternoon. Miss Kay?
Well, guys, I want to thank you for being out on the water, chasing these guys down today. We've seen quite a bit different techniques in areas of the lake. A lot of guys just trying to really stay out of that wind. Wind was expected to be 15-mile-an-hour gusts today, and really right now, to me, sitting here looking out at Lake Guntersville, it looks like it's almost sustained at 15 miles an hour. Jason kind of stole my thunder with Wesley Sams, Jordan Wiggins, 25-11, guys, and it is only 11 o'clock. Those guys still have quite a long day. They are boat 120, but we did see some other 16, 17, even 19-pound bags to guys that have about 4 to 5 more hours to fish before they come in. So we are going to see everything happen right back here at State Park, at the Lake Guntersville State Park fishing ramp area. So please come on down, visit us at 3 o'clock. First flight's due in at 3 o'clock. We should see the first fish come across the stage shortly thereafter. Robbie Floyd, your MC, will be the host of ceremonies on stage. The Anglers Channel group will be running around trying to get all of the footage off stage. I'll be here trying to keep you updated on social media. Thank you guys for tuning in today. We'll be back here at 3 o'clock this afternoon. Thanks for tuning in to the Alabama Bass Trail live show presented by Black Rifle Coffee. We'll see you at 3 o'clock.
Boats, our passion for fishing is obvious. Whether it's a pro event or fishing with our family and friends,
we truly love the sport of fishing.
That's why our goal is to make every single Phoenix boat that goes out the door the best fishing platform it can be in both design and construction.
We love to fish as much as anyone, and we believe it shows in every boat we build.
Phoenix Boats, built by anglers for anglers.
Bill Petty Toyota is Alabama's #1 volume Toyota dealer. But that's not the only reason to get to know Bill Petty. Enjoy a 10-year unlimited warranty on every new Toyota in stock. Get 1 year of 24/7 roadside assistance. Test drive for the chance to win $5,000. You heard right. 5,000 big ones. Plus, choose from over 700 new Toyotas in stock and price to move. Bill Petty Toyota is Alabama's #1 volume Toyota dealer. Get to know us today.
You let me see. Things you let me see.
Some things ain't worth keeping.
yesterday's traditions, today's adventures, tomorrow's memories. Now that's something worth keeping. Fish Alabama and find your keeper.
For more information, visit fishalabama.org.